Welcome to the Cha-Ching Financial Literacy Conference 2022. The program is now about to start. Before anything else, we would like to give you a few reminders. Number one, this virtual event is recorded. Number two, please expect natural delays in the broadcast as we are streaming live. In case you are experiencing connectivity issues, try to refresh your internet connection and rejoin the event. For those who are watching the event via Facebook Live, we encourage you to use the Facebook Live comment section. And for those who are attending the event via Zoom, please share your comments and questions in the chat box. For those attending the event via Zoom, please ensure that your audio and video are turned off during the program. However, you will be requested to turn on your camera at the end of the event for a quick photo opportunity. We encourage everyone to engage in proper online etiquette, to be respectful in comments and questions, and to avoid objectionable language. For those requiring access to subtitles for this event, please stay tuned for a brief explainer video that we will be playing in just a little while. Thank you very much, and we will see you in a while. Alo! Kamusta? Chin Chow! Swasti! Swastai! Ni hao! Marhaban! Hello and welcome everyone to the Cha-Ching Financial Literacy Conference 2022. My name is Gian Hinolan and it is my pleasure to welcome you and be your host over the next few hours. Prudence Foundation and their partner, Junior Achievement Asia Pacific, are delighted to welcome you today for the Cha-Ching Financial Literacy Conference 2022. The purpose of this conference is to shine light on the importance of financial literacy and to explore some of the key global questions around this topic. We are delighted to have so many distinguished guests from around the world participating in our conference today. We have brought together educators, policymakers, academics, and industry experts with a shared passion for financial literacy to provide their insights on the role that financial education plays in enhancing both individual and collective development and the challenges and opportunities this presents. We also aim to celebrate the impact and accomplishments of our Cha-Ching Financial Literacy Program. Cha-Ching was developed by Prudence Foundation in 2011 with the creation of 18 educational music videos teaching the 4 key concepts of earn, save, spend, and donate. In 2016, Prudence Foundation partnered with JA Asia Pacific to develop a best-in-class school curriculum which has been successfully taught by over 23,000 teachers across Asia and Africa, reaching over 870,000 students so far. Wow, that's a good news. We are delighted that tomorrow, day two of this event, we will be having an opportunity for us to recognize our Cha-Ching teachers across Asia for their amazing contribution and to share their own experiences and best practices in teaching financial literacy. I would like to acknowledge the presence of all the executives and members of Prudence Foundation and Prudential with here today. Thank you so much for your vision, dedication, and desire to create a scalable and sustainable movement. We would also like to acknowledge and welcome our Ministry of Education and government representatives, NGO partners, financial literacy advocates, and educators from all over the world. Your participation and support are essential to this mission. I would also like to thank our junior achievement members across Asia Pacific and Africa for your incredible contribution to the Cha-Ching program. Let me take a moment to congratulate JA for the incredible honor of being nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. This is truly a remarkable achievement and a testament to your ongoing work to create impact, even in the face of challenging circumstances with the ongoing pandemic. We are proud to have a truly global audience with us today. We have hundreds of people here on Zoom. So if you are here joining us on Zoom right now, can you please show us a heart reaction or heart emoji on your screen? If you are now here joining us via Facebook Live or YouTube, please leave a comment of what country you are coming from. We would also like to know who is joining us on Zoom here today. So please answer the poll that should be up on your screens right now. Please do let us know also which country you are joining us from, and we would like to acknowledge you and your colleagues. Now, in order to have access to the subtitles for today's event, please refer to the link that will be sent to the chat box below. Again, if you would like to have access to the subtitles, please access the link sent to the chat box below. Before we move on to the next segment, we have one final question to ask you through a poll. How do you feel about the current status of financial literacy in your country? A. Is it very good? B. Good? C. Average? D. Poor? Or E. Very poor? The poll should be up on your screens right now. Thank you so much for taking time to answer the poll, and I am so happy to be here with everyone today. All right, that's great. Thank you everybody for your participation. Now let's move on to the next part of our program. Again, thank you so much for participating in the poll. And for everyone who's joining, I would like to inform you that we will be sending everyone of our conference participants a brief survey at the end of today's program. So please stay tuned for the announcement. We would really appreciate your support on this. It is now my pleasure to officially start the Cha-Ching Financial Literacy Conference 2022 by inviting Mr. Donald K. Nak, the chairman of Prudence Foundation, to say a few words. And let me introduce our speaker for this morning. Don has been with Prudence Foundation since its inception. In addition to serving as chairman of Prudence Foundation, Don is chairman of Prudential Insurance Growth Markets and chairman of the EU ASEAN Business Council. He is also affiliated with various international organizations that are dedicated to the development and protection of society and our planet's biodiversity, including being a trustee of WWF Hong Kong, a member of the National Council of WWF US, and a member of the United Nations Global Environment Facilities Technical Advisory Group on its 2014 to 2018 climate change mitigation strategy. His commitment to the betterment of our world is truly inspiring. So ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you Mr. Donald K. Nak.
Okay, you're permitting me to unmute. Thank you very much. It was stuck before. Can you hear me? I can't hear anybody back, so I'm just going to presume. Could I just ask if people could give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Can anybody hear me? Okay, good. Just wanted to confirm because I know we're talking all across the world. So let me just say, on behalf of Prudence Foundation, we're delighted to welcome all of you to the 2020 Cha-Ching Financial Literacy Conference and to be hosting together with our partner, Junior Achievement Asia Pacific. It's a pleasure and a privilege to see that we have so many attendees from across our Cha-Ching Global Network and beyond, with participants joining us from across Asia and Africa, including teachers, NGO partners, officials from the fields of education and finance, and Prudential colleagues. As many of you may be aware, Prudence Foundation and Prudential have long been committed to financial literacy, and for over 10 years, committed primarily through our Cha-Ching financial education program that was first launched as a cartoon back in 2011. When we first started this journey, there were 2 points that were really evident. First, everyone, it seemed, acknowledged the importance of financial education and agreed that financial knowledge was an essential life skill. But the other point was it wasn't really being addressed, at least not comprehensively anywhere, and certainly not in the formal education sector. We wanted to act because this is a subject that truly affects everyone: pensioners, working adults, teenagers, children. But the question is where to start. Well, in our case, we decided to start at the beginning and focus specifically on children. Research has shown that children already have started to develop the foundations for financial behaviors by the age of 7. We wanted to create a program that would help equip children with financial knowledge, skills, and behaviors to make better financial decisions in life. Following the creation of the cartoons and music videos developed with Cartoon Network and launched in 2011, we then developed the Cha-Ching curriculum in partnership with Junior Achievement in 2016 to provide a structured way to teach the key concepts of Cha-Ching: earn, save, spend, and donate in schools. We're pleased that through this partnership, the program has been endorsed or supported by ministries of education in 13 countries. As was already mentioned, to date, the program has reached more than 870,000 children, and they've already undertaken the curriculum, and more than 23,000 teachers who have been trained across Asia and Africa. I want to thank the many attendees today who are Cha-Ching teachers from across the world who've taught this curriculum to their students, providing them with critical knowledge and skills for the future. In 2020, we launched the Cha-Ching Financial Accreditation, the CCFA, for teachers to support them further in this program and to acknowledge the incredible impact they have. Our event today, actually tomorrow, for the CCFA teachers will provide the opportunity for teachers to meet and share experiences and best practices. We have a lot to learn from you. Needless to say, we remain committed to this cause, and we're continuing to develop the Cha-Ching ecosystem. We're excited that this year's plan is to launch an online Cha-Ching educational game. It's called Cha-Ching's Money Adventures, which we think will allow us to reach many more children and will help achieve our goal of reaching 6 million children by 2025. However, Cha-Ching is only one component of the global effort required to make financial literacy accessible to all. Not all children have access to Cha-Ching or a similar program within their education system. Rapid digital innovation and the increasing focus on financial inclusion, all in the midst of this pandemic, which is so seriously impacting education across the world, this creates a challenging environment that we must tackle together. We hope today, as we hear from a variety of experts on the challenges, successes, and opportunities, that this conference will raise awareness on the importance of financial education and encourage all of us to innovate, adapt, and to strengthen our collaboration. We hope that this conference is the first of many. I want to close with again expressing sincere thanks. First, our sincere gratitude to Junior Achievement Asia Pacific for helping to organize this conference and for Junior Achievement's extraordinary efforts across many countries in implementing the Cha-Ching curriculum in Asia and in Africa. We're pleased to be partnering with an organization that's very much aligned with Prudence Foundation's own mission through your commitment to delivering economic empowerment to youth at scale. And in particular, we'd like to congratulate JA for being recently nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. I also would like to offer sincere thanks to Child Rights Foundation in Cambodia and GVEF in Taiwan for their valuable support in implementing Cha-Ching. I want to thank the many ministries of education and education officials everywhere for their ongoing support and guidance. Most of all, I thank the many teachers for your dedication to enhancing students' knowledge and capability for the future. In every sense, the future is in your hands, and we are grateful. Without further ado, and to provide us with context on this important topic, it's my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Augusto Lopez Claro. Augusto is Executive Director and Chair of the Global Governance Forum. He's an international economist with over 30 years experience in international organizations, including most recently at the World Bank. Previously, he was Chief Economist and Director of the Global Competitiveness Program at the World Economic Forum in Geneva, where he was also the editor of the Global Competitiveness Report, the forum's flagship publication. Augusto, we look forward to hearing your views on the importance of financial literacy from a global perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those kind words of introduction. It's really a pleasure to be speaking to you today. I'm also very pleased as I look at some of the faces on the screen that we have a very international audience and with a large participation of women, which is a source of great satisfaction to me. I wanted to begin my comments by perhaps trying to clarify some concepts, trying to get out of the way some important definitions. And in particular, I want to refer to three aspects: financial literacy, which is what I will focus my remarks mostly on, but also something called financial capability and ultimately financial well-being. These are sort of three different stages of developing a kind of a positive relationship towards one's personal finances. And all of these areas, of course, are vitally important for individual wealth accumulation and also to deal with one of the most serious problems that we confront today, which is that of income inequality, the widening gap and disparities between the very wealthy and the very poor. There are a number of definitions around on financial literacy, and one that I particularly like comes from the OECD, which refers to a combination of awareness, knowledge, skill, attitude, and behavior necessary to make sound financial decisions and ultimately to achieve individual financial well-being. And this particular definition, which captures, I think, the different dimensions of literacy, is foundational for two additional concepts. One is that financial literacy in itself does not mean that an individual has the means to apply this financial knowledge. You can be financially literate and very literate, and you can be poor at the same time. It just means that they have the personal awareness and the skills to make informed decisions. Financial capability, on the other hand, refers to an individual who has the ability to apply this financial knowledge in some kind of beneficial way, in being empowered to access the necessary resources to make sensible financial decisions. And this is the key difference between financial literacy on the one hand and financial capability on the other. Financial capability involves such things as, for instance, managing your money well from day to day, planning and saving for the future, preparing for unexpected events, which is very, very important. Look what has happened over the last couple of years in the context of COVID. Using credit well, but avoiding unmanageable levels of debt. A person who's financially capable also will see the value of actively managing their resources. He knows how to make sound money decisions and act on them and has the confidence and their own ability to make decisions about managing their resources and money. Financial well-being, which is the sort of the last stage in this sort of three-stage process, has to do essentially with an individual being able to meet all his expenses while having money left over, necessities, paying off debt, unexpected expenses like accidents and so on. And obviously, an important part of this is actually being employed and having a salary that provides an income stream, which is, again, in the context of COVID, not a privilege that is available to everybody in the world, unfortunately. Our economic model has not yet solved the problem of unemployment, sometimes high unemployment in many parts of the world. And an individual must feel that he's in control of their personal finances, and he must feel financially secure in the present and in the future. Now, therefore, one key point that falls out of these introductory remarks is that it's useful to think of financial knowledge and literacy as a form of investment in human capital. We learn to read and to write because it empowers us in many ways, some of them quite obvious. It makes it possible to have access to knowledge and to information. In fact, not just in these obvious ways, but also it may have political ramifications. My favorite economist, Amartya Sen, who won the Nobel Prize in 1998, once made the following very, I thought, sharp, very insightful observation. He said that one of the reasons why we want people all over the world to have access to writing and reading is because they will be able to be in a position to better discriminate between the policies put forward by politicians. They will not fall captive in the absence of information, which is given by the ability to read and write, to the promises of the demagogues, who will come and tell them, I can solve your problems, vote for me in the next election. So it has political ramifications as well. Beyond this, of course, what has happened is that financial markets around the world have become not only more sophisticated, but also more accessible to small investors. Financial products are increasingly complex, numerous, and democratized. 20, 30 years ago, a small saver might not be able to have the resources to open up a brokerage account and buy bonds and shares. Today, we have seen that there are platforms where, in fact, people with very little amounts of money can actually participate in the financial system. But for this, they need information if they are going to protect the value of their investments. Also, levels of household individual debt are reaching historic highs. If you look at the trend over the last 30 years, most countries have seen at least a doubling of the ratio of household debt in relation to GDP, including, by the way, in Singapore. So for these reasons, this is a very, very important issue. Let me give you an example when I'm talking about the increasing sophistication of financial markets and why financial literacy becomes, more and more important. Think, for instance, of the changes that have taken place in recent decades on the pension landscape. In the past, traditionally, older workers relied mainly on Social Security and some kind of employer-sponsored pension plans in retirement. But today, baby boomers, as they are called, have individual retirement accounts and will have to be more actively and knowledgeably involved in the decisions about how to manage these retirement accounts. And when we have low levels of financial literacy, and I will say more on this in a few minutes, this is especially problematic. Pension systems are supposed to come under strain in the next decades in many parts of the world because of population aging. We have the demography is not to our advantage. We're living longer. Average life expectancy today in many parts of the world exceeds 80 years. Even if you bring in the average life expectancy of the developing countries, there has been a doubling of average life expectancy, in the last century, a more than doubling actually of average life expectancy. And this means that, people or governments may not be able to fulfill their current statutory obligations in respect of pensions. We may have to work longer. We may have to retire later. We may have to boost our state pensions or other pensions, with additional resources. And for this reason, being able to manage your resources effectively will become tremendously important. More and more retirement decisions are going to be offloaded onto the individual by governments who are not able to meet their, all their commitments. So in a way, I guess what I'm saying is that there may be a cost to financial ignorance with implications for your future financial well-being. You want to invest in financial knowledge to gain access to higher return assets, to be able to identify, what are the better performing assets, or to have the wisdom to know when to leave this work to, financial advisors and experts rather than to do it yourself, because in fact, some aspects of it are so complicated and sophisticated. So in fact, financial ignorance or illiteracy, if I can use that word, may have broader, sometimes systemic implications even that go beyond the individual. There are some, for instance, who argue that misinformed homebuyers, especially in the United States, were one of the key factors in triggering the global financial crisis in the United States. I want to be careful here. The main trigger were actually abuses in the financial system by banks, especially in the shadow banking system, by mortgage intermediators who sold the risk to others, and lack of an appropriate sort of sensible regulatory regime, which regulated well the deposit money taking banks, but not so well the shadow banking system. But without any doubt, unwitting, poorly informed borrowers were part of the problem. That is absolutely sure. Let me move on and touch on two different related aspects. One refers to studies that show that financial literacy in the world is actually surprisingly low, even in high-income countries. And the other refers to the benefits of strategies which are aimed at improving financial literacy, which is very much the focus of events like today's and the organizations that are sponsoring this very important event. There was some academics did a survey looking at a sample of US respondents, 50 years and older. This was a special module run by the University of Michigan called Health and Retirement Study. And in this survey, they posed 3 questions to these respondents. Again, these are not young people, 50 and older, but they still have, many years ahead of them in the labor market. And the questions were the following, and I want to pose them. It'll take me a few seconds, but I want you to have an understanding of at what level we're trying to capture a sense or measure, financial literacy. One question said, suppose that you have $100 in a savings account and the interest rate was 2%, right? So after 5 years, are you going to have more than $102? Are you going to have exactly $102? Or are you going to have less than $102? And you were also given the option to say you don't know or to refuse to answer the question. So that was one very basic question. I hope you will agree. Second question was, imagine that the interest rate on a savings account is 1%. Imagine that the inflation rate is 2%. After 1 year, are you going to have the same amount of money, less money, more money? And again, I don't know, I refuse to answer. And then the last third question was a little bit slightly more complicated. It basically say, do you think the following statement is true or false? Buying a single company's stock usually provides a safer return than a stock mutual fund, right? And this addressed the issue of the benefits and the values of diversification. And the results were really, really very wide opening. The share of people who answer all three questions correctly in the United States was 30%. So financial illiteracy is actually discouragingly high. And in fact, the study was repeated in multiple countries, in Netherlands, Germany, Japan, Switzerland, Russia, Romania, many others as well. And the results varied fairly dramatically. In the Netherlands, you had something like 45%. In Germany, one of the highest, it was 53%, those who answered three questions correctly. And this, I think, seems to have to do a little bit with the history of German high inflation in the post-World War I period, especially. But in Russia, a country that did not have a financial system, a market financial system until some 20, 30 years ago, the share was 3.7%. So the last question dealing with risk diversification was the most difficult to answer. All right, now let me finally move to the last part of my presentation, where I want to say a few things about models that predict large benefits of financial education, especially in high school. One important educational entrepreneur said the following, and I think this statement will resonate very well with your audience. He said, one of the reasons the rich get richer and the poor get poorer and the middle class struggles in debt is because the subject of money is taught at home, not at school. I thought that was very insightful. There have been some studies that have been done, I have the references, which say that providing at an early stage in people's life, before they enter the job market, some kind of financial knowledge and training to the least educated, improves their well-being by an amount which is equivalent to some 82% of their initial wealth. And if you move up the demographic scale a little bit higher and you go to college graduates, the improvement in wealth as a result of financial literacy and training is 56%. So the earlier you do this, the better. I derive much encouragement from the fact that the OECD's PISA exam, the Program of International Student Assessment in 2012, added a module on financial literacy to its review of proficiency in mathematics, science, and reading. This will allow an international comparison of 15-year-olds with regard to financial knowledge. This is very important. And by the way, in case you don't know, the OECD carries this PISA exam not just in OECD member countries anymore. A lot of middle-income countries have signed up. In Latin America, for instance, it's been done in Uruguay, in Costa Rica, in Chile, which is an OECD member, and other countries as well. And even countries in Asia, which have nothing to do with the OECD, have actually signed up as well. One additional interesting insight here has to do with the discrepancy between objective and subjective measures of financial literacy. These very same people who took this survey that I referred to before with the 3 questions, when you ask them to self-assess their knowledge versus their actual knowledge, on a scale of 5 to 7, they gave themselves typically a score of 5. Which means that they felt pretty confident about their financial literacy. But in fact, when you look at the objective results, namely that only 30% answer all 3 questions correctly, you all of a sudden sort of realize that most people are unaware of their shortcomings and the lack of knowledge that they have. Or they're sort of victims of perhaps a little bit of overconfidence. Of course, financial literacy is also correlated with financial inclusion. It encourages the take-up by the population of formal financial products. The more you know, the more comfortable you feel, the more ready you will be to access a variety of financial products in the system. Of course, and this is one of my last points, this needs to be supported by consumer protection regulation. There is a role for the state from regulating irresponsible behaviors during the global financial crisis in 2008, for instance, on the part of the financial institutions. We need to protect people from being missold products that undermine trust in the financial system, because then this has implications, not just for the personal individual, but more broadly, systemic implications. In the middle of a global financial crisis, we saw economies collapse, we saw high increases in unemployment. So there is a connection, to the broader macro framework. Finally, let me just say a word on the linkage with the Sustainable Development Goals, which I know is something that is also of interest to you. The institutional underpinnings that allow financial literacy, which I've already referred to, are often conducive to healthier financial systems and entrepreneurship. And this is really the link directly with most of the social development, sustainable development goals in the socioeconomic area. For instance, think of Sustainable Development Goal number 1, which is the elimination of extreme poverty by 2030. You can think, as financial literacy is linked to better financial decisions, this will be easier to do. Zero hunger, good health and well-being, decent work and economic growth, reduced inequalities, particularly in relation to wealth accumulation, gender equality, particularly when considering how often women score lower in financial literacy and labor force participation. All of these establish direct linkages, to the importance of accumulating knowledge and boosting financial literacy in the population at large. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this audience. I very much encourage this kind of engagement. I think that the kind of work that is being done by your organization is tremendously important from a social perspective. It encourages the narrowing of income gaps between the extremely poor and the extremely wealthy. And I think this in itself is a very important objective. And congratulations as well for what's something that I learned today, which is your nomination to a Nobel Peace Prize. Well deserved. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Augusto Lopez Claros. We are encouraged to see advocates like you that it is very important, and it's also effective to be in collaboration with different people and even with different groups across the world. And it's an encouragement to hear from you. Now we will be hearing questions from our audiences on Zoom and via Facebook Live. So if you have any questions for our keynote speaker in this event, please feel free to send them in to our comments section. Okay, so we'll give you a few seconds, a few moments for you to type in your questions for our keynote speaker, Mr. Augusto Lopez Claros. Hi, Mr. Augusto, can you hear me? So we already have our first question for this segment. Okay, there you go. Hi, sir. We'd like to see if you can hear me clearly. Hello? Sir Augusto, can you hear me clearly? We already have...
I can hear you, yes.
That's great.
I can hear you.
Okay, that's good to know. We already have our first question from our audience here on Zoom and Facebook. So the first question is, what are the current challenges at present that we need to overcome for us to even further the advocacy of financial literacy?
You know, one of the sort of weaknesses of the present system, and I think one of the reasons why in that survey that I mentioned the results were relatively poor, 30% in the United States, answering those three questions correctly, is that there has been a lack of skill in our educational systems, a lack of political will, resources, materials, overcrowded curricula, and insufficient expertise among teachers. And I think because of this that the work that your organization is doing is so vitally important, right? That you're trying to expand this body of knowledge, which is lacking in our current educational systems. And you can be absolutely sure, I have focused on the high-income countries, and which were the subject of that survey. But if you were to do that survey in the developing world, you would, of course, find levels of financial literacy that would be much lower. So the results really on a global scale are worse than those I indicated, right? There are also issues of inefficient and inadequate school funding. We are not very good presently, governments in many parts of the world, at prioritizing expenditure when it comes to different categories of expenditure. We spend too much money subsidizing energy, gasoline, carbon, making climate change worse as a result of that, because it stimulates the consumption of global warming gases. These subsidies also make income distribution worse. We spend too much money in defense, in the military, and so on, and not enough money in education. And as a result of this, we undermine the social basis of our economic system. So this is, I think, one very important element of this question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Augusto, for answering that question. And I am hopeful that we are a step closer to becoming more financial literate, because we have advocates like you and also our partners who are dedicated in reaching out to educators and enriching all of our systems when it comes to financial literacy. So thank you so much. Now we have our second question over here. The next question is, do you think that the COVID-19 pandemic has opened the eyes of more people on learning about financial literacy? And do you think that these people have the right platform for learning?
The answer to your question, to the first part of the question, is yes. I think the global pandemic has opened our eyes to many things, not just the importance of financial literacy, but also to other aspects as well. I think that, let me give you an example. This goes a little bit beyond the focus of this conference, but it is very important, and it is a consequence of COVID-19. I think that people today, for instance, are more willing to rethink of to see security in a slightly broader terms. Traditionally, we have thought of national security in generally militaristic terms. National security means that you will have an army and a navy and an air force that will be ready to defend your national borders. We have framed the debate about national security generally in military terms. But think of the United States, a country where nearly 1 million people have succumbed to COVID-19. More people than died in World War I, World War II, the Vietnam War, and the Korean War together, right? This is a country that in 2020, in the worst of the pandemic, having access to nuclear weapons was completely useless. Having some of the most sophisticated military machinery in the world was completely useless as well, right? So maybe national security should be defined now in terms of, do we have the resources to invest in our public health systems? Do we have the resources to narrow income inequality? Because now income inequality has become a political problem. Are we investing enough in the skills and the training of our children so that they will be financially literate, so that they will have the knowledge and the capacities and the skills, to operate in an increasingly global economic landscape? So what I'm proposing is that we redefine national security in this broader setting that includes this social dimension. Are we spending enough resources to educate our young women so that we narrow the wage gaps and the gaps in labor force participation? are we amending our laws so that we eliminate, according to the World Bank, the nearly 1,700 different forms of discrimination which are embedded in the laws of 190 countries, which actually actively discriminate against women, undermine her property rights, preventing from accessing the job market. So these issues are vital, and thank you very much for this question. It was an important question.
Gusto, and I would like to commend you for sharing your insights with us.
You're welcome.
Great way of defining national security, and I'm just in awe. And I hope that our audiences also will be able to understand and perceive national security the way that you do. And that's a great way of saying it. Redefining national security. It's more than just the borders of defining it in a military way, but also putting importance in public health system, in equality and rights. Wow, I agree with that, and that's awesome. Okay, so now for our third and last question for this segment. Can you please share with us a personal experience that motivated you to become an advocate of financial literacy?
You know, over the last several years, I have lectured quite extensively on issues of income inequality. In fact, I like to put a little plug here for a talk that I gave in Auckland, in New Zealand, in December of 2018, which remains very, very relevant today. If you go to YouTube, just type in the elimination of extremes of wealth and poverty. Or you type in my name and that lecture will come up. And it's the one in New Zealand that you want to look at because I gave it in a couple of other places. And one of the reasons why I am interested in financial literacy is because I think that there has been a very, very large widening of income disparities in the world. This used to be traditionally be perceived as an economic problem. But now it has become a political problem. It is undermining the basis of our political and our social order. It is weakening the pillars of democracy. When people feel that the economic system is leaving them out, when they feel that the results or the benefits of economic growth and prosperity are unequitably distributed and are going largely to the upper income groups, not only is this disappointing, but it is also the basis, for people wanting to sabotage the system, people feeling that they have nothing to lose by casting their votes for demagogues and other people who promise relief, but in fact who are unable to provide relief. So to the extent that we have more financial literate people, to the extent that we are able to spread this knowledge and skills about how to manage your resources, we're going to make an important contribution to empowering the poor, to narrowing that huge gap between the very wealthy and the very poor. And this is, I think, a very important social objective. And that's why I am passionate and excited about financial literacy. Thank you.
Once again, thank you so much, Mr. Augusto Lopez Claros. And I would just like to emphasize what you said, that we all have a contribution, an impactful contribution in further pushing and boosting financial literacy. So thank you so much for your insights and for your presentation. Once again, let's all give a virtual clap to our keynote speaker, Mr. Augusto Lopez Claros. Wow, that's been really insightful, and we hope that you are excited for what is next for us today. As you are all aware, the Cha-Ching curriculum has achieved much success over the years. Thanks to each and every country participating in the program, we will be showcasing 8 success stories from both Asia Pacific and Africa throughout today's event. Let us begin this segment with achievements from Malaysia. In 2021, Cha-Ching was able to reach an additional of 18,803 students and 272 teachers in Malaysia with JA, bringing the ongoing program reach in that market to 108,665 students and 2,157 teachers. Throughout the years, Prudential and JA Malaysia have been able to deliver multiple innovative Cha-Ching activities. Let us all take a glimpse of Cha-Ching's success in Malaysia through this video.
Hello everyone! Salam Satu Malaysia. I'm Aina, Lead Coordinator for the Cha-Ching Curriculum Program in Malaysia. Let's find out more about the CCC implementation in Malaysia. There are 4 main points on how CCC is implemented in Malaysia. Firstly, this program is targeted to students ages 11 years old. Did you know, in Malaysia, this program is a teacher-driven program, where teachers will implement the program in their school respectively. In total, there are 6 sessions, and each session will take up to 45 minutes. What's different about this program, you might ask? Well, students will be learning through hands-on activities that will help in developing their understanding. In 2016 was the year this program was first introduced to Malaysia with only 1,132 students. Over the years, we have impacted a total of 108,665 students. Here are some snippets of the training of teachers conducted. These implementation videos and pictures were shared with us by our teachers. Let's hear some feedback from our CCC teachers and students.
The implementation of Cha-Ching curriculum is a great success as it addresses the lack of financial literacy in early education. It helps the teachers bring money-smart learning into our classrooms. Simply put, it wasn't only the pupils who learned money-smart values, it was also us, the teachers, who gained knowledge.
I find that this program is actually really good and I really like it. I feel like it taught a lot of students how to manage their money well and I can't wait for the rest of the session.
This school has a program called Cha-Ching. In this program, it teaches us how to spend money wisely. I think it is very interesting and nice and very cool. Wow! Thank you!
Congratulations to Malaysia! You have certainly touched the lives of many children with your Cha-Ching programs and activities. We are looking forward to seeing you further this impact in the years to come. Now let us move on to another success story. Vietnam first piloted the Cha-Ching curriculum back in 2016. Since then, JA Vietnam and Prudential have been able to reach an accumulated of 32,153 students and 799 Cha-Ching teachers. To hear more, let us tune in to their video.
Cha-Ching curriculum has been teaching in Vietnamese schools since 2019 in order to provide students with practical knowledge about four financial concepts: earn, save, spend, and donate money. The project was started in Hanoi, but it has been quickly popularized in the entire 10 districts and cities of Hưng Yên province. After 3 years of the project implementation, there are 48,280 students and 841 teachers from 116 schools in Hanoi and Hưng Yên involved in the project. An investigation was conducted to collect teachers' opinions on the quality of the curriculum, and 96.7% of them thought that its content is useful and appropriate for primary students. 96.4% of them were interested in the new knowledge and innovative training methods applied in the project. There are many interesting activities that have been done under Cha-Ching project in Vietnam, from training classes for teachers, online and offline classes for students, parents' conference on financial literacy, the training sessions for Prudential Vietnam staff. At the end of the annual project, competitions are made for students such as Smart Kids, Smart Money, and even for teachers like CCFA certification. Let's listen to some feedback from teachers and students on the project. Cha-Ching curriculum is evaluated as our school-appropriate curriculum that enables easy access and implementation to support the growing and critical need for financial literacy education in Vietnam. I have seen the improvement in students' behavior after finishing the program. Students are less demanding and they start to save their money. We also received many positive feedbacks from their parents after the program. Students knew how to use their savings effectively to buy necessary items without asking for money from their parents.
The question is, you teach us financial management, but do you apply it for yourself? My answer is yes, I do, but I'm still learning with you guys. So with that in mind, I do enjoy teaching and learning Cha-Ching as a teacher or father.
I feel very excited to participate in the games in this curriculum. This is my favorite class in school. Could you share the most memorable activity that you had studied in Cha-Ching class? One of my most unforgettable activities is that the day when my parents gave me some money to see if I can spend them properly. What did you do with the money? I bought food for the whole family.
Congratulations, Vietnam! It is so wonderful to learn about your initiatives to inspire financial literacy among the youth. And I would just like to say that personally, seeing your reports is giving me hope. We will feature more Cha-Ching stories throughout the conference. But now it is time to move on to what I'm sure is bound to be a stimulating conversation with several distinguished guests. Increasingly, there is a growing recognition that financial literacy deserves its place as a foundational 21st century life skill. This is especially true in the developing world, where the cycle of poverty often remains pervasive and access to education can be challenging. With growing support from policymakers and financial education programs such as Cha-Ching, access to financial literacy is on the rise and only looks to accelerate. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce everyone to our moderator and one of the driving forces behind Cha-Ching, Mr. Mark Fancy, the Executive Director of Prudence Foundation, without whose commitment and leadership we would not be here today. Today's panel discussion is entitled Leading the Way, Continuing the Development of Financial Education. Joining Mark, we have here with us today Mr. Michael Gilmore, an investor and financial literacy campaigner, Dr. Dean Thi Tan Van, Dean at Vietnam National University in Hanoi, and Mr. Teddy Nyasulu, the Executive Director of JA Zambia. Welcome one and all. Let us now turn to Mark to lead this discussion.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can I just make sure that everyone can hear me? Because it's always very hard. If someone could give me, oh, great, thanks, Michael. A thumbs up. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate our friends and our partners at Junior Achievement Worldwide for the fantastic recognition of their work in being nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, which is such a fantastic achievement. So also sincere congratulations for that. I'd also like to thank our keynote speaker, Mr. Augusto Lopez Claros, for really providing a very insightful macro perspective on just how important the topic of financial education, financial literacy really is. I'm extremely privileged, and it's a great honor to be joined today by such distinguished panelists. Each brings with them a unique and in-depth experience and knowledge on the topic of financial education, and are actually playing a vital role in creating a more financially literate society. So I think our aim today is to keep the session as informal and conversational as possible, to try and extract as much information from each of our guests as possible to share with the audience. And if anyone in our audience has any questions as we go along, please put these in the chat room, and we'll try and pick them up and get them answered either during the conversation or towards the end. Just to provide a bit more meat on the bone of our panelists, I'd like to give a bit of a background on everyone, because you really are all quite unique individuals. Dr. Van, to start with you. Dr. Van is an Associate Dean, Faculty of Finance and Banking at Vietnam University of Economics and Business. She's also a founder of Vietnam Financial Literacy Network. She's been working as a lecturer, researcher, financial analyst for more than 15 years. And in addition to her work at university, she teaches financial literacy courses to K-12 students, college students, rural women, people with disabilities, and other minority groups in Vietnam. In addition to all this work, she is also the editor of several financial education books, including Finance for Kids, Personal Financial Management for Women, Financial Management Manual for Students, and co-author of a board game, Financial Race. And again, in addition to that, she's the co-founder of a fintech company called ProNexus in Vietnam, which helps consumers connect to financial planners. Michael has been in the financial services industry for over 25 years. He's also just recently founded the MAIAS, which is the Money Awareness and Inclusion Awards, that are aiming to become a kind of Oscars for financial literacy, and really a platform to recognize great efforts around the world, and programs that are really supporting this drive. In addition to this, or prior to this, Michael has worked on financial literacy in different forms, including 2 books. He wrote The $1,000 Journal, a self-published for migrant workers, and Happy Ever After, which is a book he wrote for his own daughter. Michael has been investment research director of Albizia Capital since 2014, and leads the firm's approach in ESG integral to investment strategy, beginning with the UN PRI signatory since 2017. Michael's journey, I think, is one that we can all relate to. It's a very personal journey. Michael, you're an advocate and an active advocate in financial education, and we'll plug into that later. And lastly, Teddy is the executive director of Junior Achievement Zambia. He's been with Junior Achievement for 19 years. He has enormous experience in driving youth development and financial education programs in Zambia, and has been instrumental in developing the National Financial Education Strategic Roadmap in Zambia. And I'd like to congratulate Teddy, who was recently appointed chair for the working group for children's activities under this national strategy for financial education. So with that introduction, and to kick us off, I think I'm going to pick on you, Michael, first, because your journey has been one that is a bit more maybe personal. We've noticed in the last 10 years in our journey of financial education and through Cha-Ching, an increase in the level of awareness on this subject matter. It seems like more people are beginning to recognize the importance of financial education. I mean, previously I found that there was a lot around financial inclusion, but an absence around financial education. That seemingly is catching up. I'd just like to get your perspective, and you feel things have improved since you first set out on your journey around financial literacy and education.
Yes, I think they have, definitely. I think they've improved in many ways. Maybe I should start there. My process began almost exactly 25 years ago. And I wasn't interested in financial literacy until I started working in finance. And I was outside of the financial sector, and like many people outside the financial sector, I thought it was all too complicated and too hard and too boring and not important. And so in many ways, one of the reasons I work on financial literacy now is because I've been through that process myself. I wasn't one of those people who just came out of the womb wanting to make money. I did have to go through this process myself of learning. And what I found was, once I reversed that, once I needed to learn, I found that it wasn't hard, it wasn't complicated, It was unbelievably important. I realized very quickly that I could understand it and it would change my life. And very quickly, I became very, very angry, which is possibly not the correct way to feel. But I felt that I'd been at school for so many years and I'd been at university for years, and no one had bothered to take aside like a little part of one class and teach me about money. I'd learned about the way that rivers form. I'd learned about all kinds of different esoteric parts of British history. I learned many things I didn't need to know, and I hadn't learned about the thing I had to do the moment I left school, which was earn money, save money, invest money. And that to me just made me very angry. And I wanted to start working on it as soon as I could. Unfortunately, I was busy for a period of time. But when I came to Singapore and I was given the opportunity to work with migrant workers, I felt a very strong connection to them because they'd come to Singapore like me. They were here to earn more money like me. They wanted that money for their families like me. They didn't look like me. They didn't have my background exactly, but I'd overcome my own financial nerves and I wanted to help them work on it. But what I see today, and so that was 10 years ago for me, and what I've seen today, and I've been working on it ever since, is I see much more demand for financial literacy and financial capability, as Augusto described it earlier on, for financial understanding. So there are, I think it's a friend of mine who may be on here at the moment, Carming, pointed out that TikTok, there have been 5 billion views of personal finance TikTok videos since the launch of TikTok. And every month, that number goes up by almost 500 million. It's an incredible number. People want this. That's new. That's different from 10 years ago. But also because so many of us want it, we're learning and we're trying to engage in new ways. And that's also really interesting because we're seeing people coming at it from fresh angles and with new ideas. And that's one of the reasons why I started the Myers, and I'm sure we'll come back to it later, is we will come back to the Myers. I started an award ceremony because I feel there's so much demand and so much effort. It needs more ecosystem. We need to be discussing this. We need to be looking at what is best. And my analogy is the pin in a pinwheel. We've got wind and we've got sails. We need something to hold it together so we can get more and more of that actual working together. But there I'm going to stop. I hope I answered that question. I see a lot more demand and a lot more effort.
Thank you so much, Michael. Dr. Van, in your experience, how are we doing? I mean, there has been progress. There is more recognition. You're actively involved in part of the solutions. And I know you've got a foot in the US, a foot in Vietnam. Could you share a little bit on your experiences of what you've seen that works efficiently, effectively? And what are the biggest challenges in addressing financial education? And I know, we focus on Cha-Ching it's for children, but the financial literacy spectrum goes way beyond children. It goes all the way through to people in their old age. This is a life skill, and it's a life skill that one carries throughout the life.
Hello, everyone. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, in 2014, I was in California doing a research, and then I met a friend who was a financial planner at that time. So she gave me so many information about the careers and knowledge about personal finance at that time. And that's when I first realized that it's so important to have personal finance knowledge and skills. And then I came back to Vietnam and start to organize several conferences in 2015 with the topic of financial education. And we started put in curriculum for college students, some subjects in personal finance. And then we realized that it is quite late to teach students in college. We should start from earlier because it's difficult to change the behaviors and the attitudes of adults. And even with college students, it's still late. So that's why I was thinking about, and I work with many colleges, start to educate and organize trainings for kids at schools. But one challenge that we have found in Vietnam is that teachers at K-12 students, K-12 school, they do not have a lot of knowledge and backgrounds in finance. So that's why it's very difficult for teachers to start teaching personal finance, and they would hesitate to get involved with the program. So that's why we again start to prepare the TOT, train of trainers books for them, so they can better prepare to teach for children. And also, in order to teach for students, for K-12 students, teachers need to have good knowledge, and their behavior should be well equipped as well, right? So that's another challenge that teachers have to get over in order to really passionate about the topics and teach the student. And also another thing is teachers in Vietnam, and I think teachers all around the world are having a lot of work to do already. So now if we put one more subject, personal finance, for them to teach, it's like more work for them. So it is a big challenge for teachers and for the people who want to get into that field as well. And in Vietnam, recently in 2020, the government approved national strategies for financial inclusions, and financial education is one big pillar to improve financial inclusion in Vietnam. State Bank of Vietnam is a lead, the champion for the jobs, but they need to coordinate with Ministry of Education and Training. So in Vietnam, the curriculum for K-12 students already have content in financial education, but it's supplemented. It's not a required subjects, so or separate subjects. So it's another challenge to put into every the subjects. And so those are the gaps in Vietnam right now, I can see. And I think that we can share with the other countries to learn from your experience now. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And that brings me nicely to you, Teddy, because you are embarking exactly on this challenge in Zambia. Maybe if you could share with the audience exactly what's happening in Zambia. And I'm very interested to know how that momentum took shape. So just to share on the financial strategy, the national financial education strategy that you have in place, how did you bring all the stakeholders together and all the various actors? And can you share on how that's going to be implemented in the coming years? Hi, Teddy, can you hear us? Hello? It seems like we have lost Teddy at the moment. Okay, then I'll go back to Dr. Van. Dr. Van, if you could share on, so some of the challenges in Vietnam is that you have policy, that's great, there's recognition by the government. So the government has now got an actual policy in place. The challenges are really now about implementing and integrating that policy into a reality. What is the approach? How does that happen? How does that take shape? Because we're finding this challenge as well in many, many countries as we try and insert the Cha-Ching curriculum. And as you've already shared, part of that challenge is teachers already have an enormous amount of expectations, demands, requirements, and more layers are being added onto this. So I'm very interested to understand what are the potential solutions to getting this right, because getting it right early is so important.
Yeah, actually, we are still progressing, you know. I cannot tell it's doing very well right now, but as you can see from the video from previous sessions, Cha-Ching Vietnam and Cha-Ching programs are quite successful in Vietnam. And in Vietnam, there are several organizations, non-profit organizations as well. They are trying to give knowledge in personal finance for not only students, but for also other disadvantaged groups, such as women in the rural areas or the poor and some other groups as well. But for school, I think the challenge is still there. However, I think one advantage is all the schools in Vietnam are using the same curriculum, and it's from the Ministry of Education. It might be a disadvantage in the other aspects, but I think it has one advantage is that we can force from the top down. So if the curriculums have the subjects, then every schools in Vietnam, across Vietnam, will have that subjects. So in terms of that aspect, I think it would overcome the challenge if the government and the Ministry of Education and Training try to get that into the curriculum for the whole countries. However, because it takes time. So at the beginning, we just have it in the subjects like math or moral education or project-based trainings for students only. But I think in the next several years, we may have a separate subjects that would help a lot. And also, I think that we need to have a nationwide trainings for the teachers across Vietnam about financial education, because if students, if teachers, they are well equipped with the knowledge, they will be more confident to teach students. And also, I think that all the national programs from national TV or some other media's means, if they promote the programs, not only teachers at the school, but parents at home, they will be well aware of the importance of personal finance and money management subjects. So that would help a lot to progress and to proceed with the subjects in school, and it would help students. And I think actually COVID-19 is one of the eyes opener for everyone, not only for teachers, for parents, but everyone. A lot of people have lost their jobs, and now they found out that if they know and if they learned personal finance when they was younger, then they may have better financial situation now. So I think it needs time. It takes time.
Yeah, it's very true. I saw a recent report. I was giving a presentation in the Philippines, and we'd noticed that, or I'd read that the savings rates had gone up quite dramatically, individual savings rates, as a result of COVID, because finally people are realizing that, you know, the importance of savings for rainy days, for security, financial security, is just so important. And COVID's kind of raised or increased the awareness and brought that home to a lot of people. Michael, a weird question. What does good look like? I can't hear you. I think are you on mute?
Yes, 2 years of COVID and still muting myself and unable to do so when I start talking. So yes, what does good look like? That's a brilliant question, an impossible question to answer, and it's interesting because I think someone just asked that in the comments as well. It looks different for everyone. One of the analogies I use when I talk to people about their own personal financial understanding is a path. You're starting from, everyone's starting somewhere different, and everyone wants to end up somewhere different. And essentially, one of the problems we have when we try and create financial literacy programs is that very often we can create something just because it looks like our path. It might look like mine, because I know how my path looks. And we shouldn't do that. We should work on the fundamentals of path building for other people, how to build their own paths. Where are they, and where do they want to go, and what are the key steps along those paths? For me, and I'm going to say this very quickly because I think Teddy needs to come on. He's back now. I'm going to answer the last part very quickly. I think it's the key element into what good looks like is financial literacy, walking across the corridor in school or in college to marketing 101, which is being taught just across the corridor, and learning the basics of marketing. We all know that the steps of financial literacy are actually quite simple. What's hard is the psychology. It's the mindset that the person is in, understanding how that information lands on the person you're giving it to. We need to talk to marketers and understand how they make people want $20,000 handbags. How do they do that? How do they make people want $1 million cars? How do they do that? Because then we can teach people how to want $1 million retirement fund. We can teach them how to want $20,000 emergency fund. Those are the people we need to get to. To me, that's what good looks like. It looks like really good marketing. Then I'm going to stop for Teddy. Good to have you back, Teddy.
Teddy, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Mark. Sorry about the technical challenge.
No, don't worry. Technology challenges are no one's fault,
yes,
and they're a reality
yes,
of our virtual environment.
Yes.
Teddy, I'm not sure how much you caught of my previous question to you. Would you like me to rephrase it?
Yeah, please do rephrase it.
So you know, we've heard from Michael, we've heard from Dr. Van, the experiences in Vietnam, looking at programs, the trouble, you know, some of the problems and challenges of integrating financial education into systems. I wanted to jump on a kind of what you're doing in Zambia at a national level, which is really quite ambitious and really quite fascinating. It's brilliant, actually. Could you share a little bit how that's materialized? How did you get all the actors and the different stakeholders in the same room? Because it is important to get all the right actors and stakeholders, whether that's different government ministries, private sector, NGOs, development sector, etc., and actually build out a roadmap. And then how are you looking to implement that roadmap, and what are your visions and ambitions for that?
Great. No, thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for the opportunity to share what Zambia is doing in the space for financial education. I just want to say that the country has a national strategy for financial education, which started way back in 2012. And the first strategy was actually developed in 2012 to 2017. And the aim of the strategy was to bring on board a number of stakeholders that are very important in terms of the financial literacy space. The strategy was developed in such a way that all players, you know, have a role in ensuring that financial education is rolled out. And the various targets that were set include children, youth, the adults, in various sectors, of course, and obviously the strategy is being coordinated under the auspices of the government of the Republic of Zambia. But the key stakeholders also part and parcel in ensuring that most of the deliverables that have been agreed upon in the national strategy are delivered in the specific target areas that have been set by the national strategy. And it's through this national strategy, which now has come to a second phase of it, which will run from 2019 to 2024, that Junior Achievement Zambia is involved in it. And particularly because of our experience in terms of being able to run financial literacy programs for children. And this, we have been involved in terms of being able to coordinate the program, particularly the Cha-Ching program in the schools. We started off in 2017, where children were being taught the Cha-Ching program, which is a very exciting program for the children because they learn the 4 concepts of Cha-Ching: earn, save, spend, and donate in such a way that they do not learn it in the traditional way of education. And this is very key in terms of being able to engage the children in such a way that they are able to grasp these concepts. I also want to mention that we've embarked on a national rollout for a teacher-led program, which we are working with the Ministry of Education in order for us to engage teachers across the country. We have a program that will roll out to 3 districts in the country, where teachers in 80 schools will be implementing the Cha-Ching program. And then we also will be engaging a lot of our education partners in order to implement this particular program. But what is so exciting about it is the fact that this program is run under the auspices of the National Strategy for Financial Education. And we are working with various key stakeholders there, which include the Consumer Protection Organization here in Zambia, the Bankers Association, the Ministry of Finance itself, and other players who are playing a particular role in ensuring that the program is rolled out to the children of the Republic of Zambia.
And Teddy, could you share a little bit about, I mean, obviously Cha-Ching goes up to sort of age 12, but in this national rollout, I think you're trying to cover the whole of society. I mean, obviously fantastic, we're starting with children and we've got programs that can give children the right foundations. But what we've noticed in different countries is once you get sort of 12 to 17, there's an absence of maybe product content or what's next. And then once you get to 18, what's next? And once you're an adult, what's next? How is Zambia in your national strategy looking at addressing those type of issues and challenges?
Well, I just want to mention that we've been working with the ministry and particularly our curriculum development center in terms of being able to implement financial education to the children of the Republic of Zambia. What I must say is that the school syllabuses in the country have some content of financial education, and what we did in the last workshop that we had with curriculum specialists is to be able to tease off some of that content and see how that content is sort of sits well with the Cha-Ching curriculum. And at the moment, what we're actually doing is to be able to tease off that. We have actually gone through the whole school system, starting from grade 1 up to grade 12. And then there's financial literacy content, which now we are looking at, working and integrating the Cha-Ching curriculum and using the Cha-Ching curriculum as well to be able to emphasize some of the learnings which are financial literacy in nature in the school curriculum.
Brilliant. And Dr. Van, can you build on that as well in the context of what you've seen or what you're seeing in Vietnam?
Yeah, I think we have the same situation, and one of the things I totally agree that when we teach students, especially the young kids, it needs to be fun. It needs to be easy to digest, and also kids learn fast, but they forget everything very fast as well. So that's why. So that's why when I teach the kids, I observe that we need to teach them again and again and again, and even for one content at different ages, we will teach them in a different way and with different contents. So the knowledge is only one thing, but the behavior and the attitudes are very important too. So we need not only focus on how to giving the knowledge and having teacher to be trained to have knowledge in teaching, but also we need to make them aware of their behavior and their attitude toward money management issues. So that's what I observe, and I think that Zambia having the same context with Vietnam in terms that Ministry of Education and Training will force oversee and review the curriculum for the whole countries. So in some way, it is easy to adopt all the curriculum to the whole countries if we can work with the Ministry of Education and Training to make them aware of that problem. And of course they are. They are the policy makers, and they know that that's important, but depends on the countries. They will have the implementing strategy differently. Yeah.
I'm grabbing some of the questions as they're coming through on the chat room, so I might drag out a couple right now. One of them is actually from Vietnam. Which is from a teacher who's asking, what is the right age or the best time to start teaching children about money management? I'm actually going to share something, because when we built Cha-Ching, we actually did a lot of research and we came across a piece of research around behavioral studies. And that indicated that the sweet spot where children or where humans are most influential was between the age of 7 and 12, which is actually why we built Cha-Ching for 7 and 12-year-olds. Because I think, Dr. Van, you mentioned it earlier, once you become an adult, it's very hard to get out of your sort of attitudes and behaviors. They're well set in stone. But between the age of 7 and 12, apparently, is the sweet spot. I'm going to ask that question to you guys now. That's a sharing from our side. But does any of our panelists have any other information to share on that? Or in your experience, what have you seen work best?
Well, I think from my experience, we can teach the kids about money as soon as possible, even when they are 3 or 4 years old, because at that time we are not teaching a very serious lessons or very long content or difficult lesson, but we may show them money. We may show them that people are exchanging money for goods, for example. It's just a very simple concept for them to observe at the age of 3 or 4. And when they are getting older and older, we will have different lessons for students. And because I think all the habits and attitudes and behavior will build on from the very young age. So now, Michael, you are right that at the age of 7 to 12, that the most influence, impactful for teaching. But we can start early. With parents, and we can train parents to help students to aware of money from the very early age.
Actually, I think we have to be careful, because parents are actually already teaching their children without realizing it, because children tend to mimic what their parents do every day and what they see. So actually, without meaning to, we're influencing our young children at a very early age on money, on how we treat and deal with money. Sorry, Teddy, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, it's a very important topic, and it's a very important question in terms of being able to discuss at what age children need to learn about money. And I think Augusto said it in the right way, that a lot of things about money happen at home. And I think it's important for us to begin to be able to see it that way. But also I want to just mention the fact that Cha-Ching is very, strategic about that, because there are a lot of take-home activities, and children go back home and they're able to share some of the learnings from Cha-Ching with their parents and maybe with their siblings or their friends. And that becomes a very, strong way in terms of reinforcing some of the things that the children started learning at home, and they are able to go back home and reinforce through the Cha-Ching curriculum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a ripple effect that I think is so important of bringing, again, in our experience, you have the children, and obviously that's a key focus, but you have the teachers, but you also have the parents. And if you can bring all three together, the sort of ripple effect is going to be much more impactful. Michael.
I'm going to put a non-educationist slant on this.
Please.
Because I think one of the things that I worry about financial education being in the hands of educationists, because it's not something that we want to examine kids on. Your ability to pass an exam is not related to as Augusto said earlier on, we want financial capability. You might get 100% in the exam, but you might get 0% of your actual way you actually behave. And so the reason I'm saying that is what we've seen from actual financial practice is the best time to talk to anyone about money in terms of getting them to change their behavior is when they're about or in the process of getting more. And therefore, from a student's perspective, the best time to talk to them is as they are leaving school. And as they are leaving school, to try and ingrain that habit in them. I don't argue with any of the conversations we've had earlier on about when do we get the concepts in early enough. Yes, get the concepts in super early. But I feel there should be this unexamined, practical, you're out the door, before you leave the door, let's get all of this practice in now. Because as you leave the door, I think we all went through this. Didn't we all go through this? When we're kids and we look at what our parents earn, non-wealthy parents, we look at what our parents earn and we think, wow, if I had that much money, I'd buy X bars of chocolate. I would buy a great bicycle. And we think we'd live these amazing lives. And then we go and we become part of the consumerist global society. And we end up spending far more of it than and we don't have the savings left. And if we can get them as they're leaving the door, as they're about to get that more money, and engage them in that and say, how much do you really need to live on? what should you be doing with all this money as it comes in? We can stop them going down the pub with their first paycheck. That's a very British reference. Probably only Mark is going to get that. But that habit is very, very strong, I think, in every culture. So to me, that would be the one thing I would want to see done with, and that moment captured.
That's a very valid point. I've got a very slightly different question. I'm going to answer. I'll ask it because it's come up on the chat room. I think, Michael, you're probably best placed to answer this. In this COVID-19 condition, many people are aware of the importance of financial literacy. How can we better maintain and manage our finances even in adulthood, especially after marriage? That's a caveat.
That's a big caveat, isn't it? I mean, I think the immediate step, and it is the hardest one, but it is a sense of awareness, and that's what we worked with the migrant workers, and it's what I worked on with my daughter as well, because so much of what we do in money as a person, I'm just speaking personally, and I think we can all understand this. Most of us aren't. It's about being mindful. Are we genuinely mindful of where every dollar goes? And that doesn't mean we have to start building ridiculously complicated spreadsheets of where every single penny is going. But just having that mindfulness is that this dollar that I spent added value to my life. This one didn't. And to have that breakdown, and I've seen that done with society wives who've tracked a spreadsheet and all of a sudden gone, I spent that much in restaurants. And I've seen it with migrant workers who've decided that they will be taking buses rather than taxis on their journeys on the weekends. That ability to track puts, I think, it's the two A's that I think of. The first A is awareness. You need to be aware of what you're doing. But then the second A, which is really one of the most important A's in all our lives, agency. Once you're aware, it gives you the agency to actually act on your own life. And that's the last sentence. Yeah, you have to have a chat with your wife as well, obviously. Or spouse, sorry, I don't think that was gendered, was it, the comment? Spouse.
No. Thank you, Michael. And another question, Dr. Van, which I'm going to point to you is, we've talked a lot about actually in this session on children. What have you seen and witnessed that is working very well for adults in terms of financial literacy education?
Do you mean that what terms can you repeat the question?
Sorry, what plans or what platforms, what programs, what have you seen and what have you witnessed or what have you learned in your experiences that have been very effective in helping increase financial literacy and education for adults?
Okay, yeah, I think there's so many programs, but there are some programs at the workplace that can have for the adult. For example, the company, the employer, they can have the programs for their own employees. And also I can see that in some investment companies in Vietnam, security companies in Vietnam, they are offering courses for investors to improve their financial literacy so they can have a better decisions in investment. And there are some companies in Vietnam, they did it very well. But I think it's similar to when you want somebody to quit smoking. If you give them all the lessons about how to quit smoke, what is the benefits of healthy smoke, it's not gonna effective as if you put a lung cancer pictures on the advertisement. So I think similarly, if you want to have an adult to aware of the importance of personal finance, you may show them the picture of the older person who do not have any home to live or who had to work very hard when they was very young. And I saw that in some Korean movies and Korean news, that so many old people in Korea, even Korea is a very developed country, but the old people, they did not have any place to live. And that may have to raise the awareness of an adult. If they are not preparing now, then their future would be something like that pictures. So I read in the research show that it's more effective to show the result than to show them the way to get to show the lesson to learn about finance literacy. So that's what I thought, and I think that would be more effective.
Michael, Teddy, anything to add and share in your experiences?
My thought is always teaching don'ts is very hard. One of the problems people have with money and financial literacy is there's a sense of denial, and they're denying themselves something. And I think whenever we can, and again, this comes back to marketing. There was a question earlier on just a new question about how we can use marketing. One of the things that marketing does very well is makes us want something new. So actually, the people who give up smoking most successfully, I actually think they're people who want to become non-smokers. They don't do it because they want to deny themselves smoking. Most people who carry on smoking love smoking. The people who give up successfully want to love not smoking, and they want to become non-smokers. People don't give up things, they become new things. There's a very famous story by Dostoevsky about the white bear. And it's like, if you challenge a classroom to not think about a white bear, everyone will think about the white bear. It's impossible not to think about the thing that's just been put in your head. And the book Scarcity was written about this. It's about what we try and deny ourselves. We want even more. When we're on a diet, we're hungrier than when we're not on a diet. And when we try and save, if we try and deny ourselves spending, it won't succeed. We have to want the money in the bank account. We have to want to make the investment. We have to want to own the company we're going to invest in. And it has to, and that's where I believe, I'm going to answer that question in the book. That's where I think marketing comes in. We have to make people want and desire, because that's what marketing does. It makes us desire things. And that's what I think will be stronger.
Is it, I mean, yes, I totally agree. It's marketing, but I also think there's an educational awareness component missing. I think, I work for a life insurance company and an asset management organization. And one of the challenges, we know the rates of investment and savings people need for retirement. And the rates that people are not meeting to meet those needs. And retirement seems to be a sort of more loosely defined term now. But as you get older in life, you're having to put aside an awful lot of money because we're living longer. And people don't quite realize how much money is required to live whatever the definition of comfortable means. This is really important to know at any age. And I think we do a really bad job as a society of educating our populations that, yes, you need to get a job, but when you get a job, you need money, but you need money not just to, buy a house and do this, but also for the rainy days and for your retirement and for when for what happens in all the different stages of your life. And I don't think personally, we do a very good job yet as a society, but hopefully through all these interventions and actions that we're all working on and with this topic and these kind of conferences are bringing everyone together, we're on that journey of sharing and spreading. Teddy, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, definitely. I just wanted to say that the Zambian national strategy has given opportunity for a lot of the population to learn and also to be educated financially. I think I mentioned earlier on that we have various targets, children, the youth, and the adults. I just want to mention that as a country, deliberately, a lot of the population, even the adult population, has been targeted, particularly those at workplaces. I think Dr. Van did mention that that has also been happening in Vietnam, but also here, some of the activities that have happened, we include adults that are in the farming business, so that they can be able to understand some of the decisions that they need to make around their finances, especially that they need to plan their agriculture. Also, those that what we call teachable moments. These are activities that happen at particular stages of one's life. Like, for instance, marriage is one of them, retirement is one of them. And so we've had deliberate programs that have been targeted to ensure that our population is educated to make the necessary decisions around their finances that will be more appropriate for them to actually benefit out of them. And I think that's sort of the kind of work that we're actually doing, which is multi-sectoral, and various institutions are involved. I also want to mention that this particular effort in the country is being led by our Ministry of Finance, but working with a number of stakeholders, including all the financial regulators, the Bank of Zambia, the Pensions and Insurance Authority, and the Securities and Exchange Commission. So as a country, we have taken a deliberate step to ensure that all the populations are targeted, children specifically through the education system, youth through various kinds of interventions in their, whatever they are found at universities or colleges or vocational centers, and also adults, meaning some of them in farming, others probably at workplaces and so on, so that every aspect of the population is reached out, and there's no gap in terms of at what point nobody would be able to access this financial education.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very true.
That's true.
Right, I'm conscious of time because I know we're coming towards the end of our session. I'm just trying to see if I've missed, and by all means, if any of you have noticed any of questions we've missed out in the chat room, please bring them up. If not, I kind of will finish. I think it'd be quite interesting to finish off. And how are we doing? Well, are we doing enough? I feel in our journey of the last 15 years, there has been an awful lot of progress in the last 5 years, and I've always been fascinated as to why that's triggered. What happened 5 years ago that suddenly made people wake up and take the subject seriously? I was always very conscious. I mentioned at the beginning, there was a big push of promoting financial inclusion, driving financial inclusion, but less of in the absence of financial education going hand in hand. And that can be very dangerous. It's all good and well bringing people into the financial system, but if they're not educated on how to use the financial system or what some of the financial system products do and are, that can lead to exacerbated problems that we've witnessed in financial crises in the past. So just as a sort of question to each of you individually, Michael, how are we doing? Are you confident? Do you think society is moving in the right direction and enough is being done? Or we are really at the beginning, but we feel good that we're on the right course?
Yeah, I used to feel we weren't doing anything, and I used to get really frustrated. I've actually, there's a statistic that I like to look at, which is that less than 15% of the world in the year 1800 was literate. So forget financial literacy, just could read and write. 200 years ago, and let's say human civilization is 5,000 to 10,000 years old, it's really only in the last 200 years that we've cracked reading and writing. And we can't crack financial literacy without reading and writing. So we had to wait for that to come about. So we've got, and in the last 200 years, we've gone from 15% literacy to less than 15% illiteracy. So it's an amazing move. So I feel like actually we're not as far behind as we might think we are. I mean, we're really following in the footsteps of literacy. The global literacy was created by a couple of things. It was created by universal education, by schools. So those are already in place. We don't have to build those. We can use what's already there. So I'm quite excited. So all the things that Dr. Van and Teddy are talking about, using that existing infrastructure, that's very valuable. We can actually do that. So I'm a little bit more confident. I also feel it's quite, I mean, if you look at what literacy changed, literacy didn't just change, oh, I can read and write, you can read and write, everyone on this screen can read and write. No, we live more than twice as long now than we did 200 years ago. The average global lifespan in 1800 was 28 years, and now it's 72. And that's because of literacy. Because if people couldn't read and write, we wouldn't have doctors, we wouldn't have nurses, we wouldn't have pharmaceuticals, we wouldn't have anything, we wouldn't have sanitation, we wouldn't have anything. So that changed that. So I look at financial literacy and I think, yes, we can do it much faster than 200 years. We can use the existing infrastructure. We know what needs to be done. It's a lot easier than reading and writing. Reading and writing is hard. It takes years to get that stuff. Really, finance can be done quite quickly. So I do feel like we're in the right place. And I think that the fact there's now a groundswell of demand, which is creating more people to do things, I think will come about that solution. And that's why, it's one of the reasons why I set up the awards, is I didn't want to be another person inventing another wheel. I want to facilitate more people doing these things and trying to accelerate that process by finding the best things we can find. And I do think that because there are so many exciting things being done, that's quite an exciting thing to do, to go and try and find the best things and see what they are and celebrate them and you know, finding out about Teddy's work and Dr. Van's work. If we just relied on, you know, Dr. Google, we wouldn't know about each other. And we need to bring this ecosystem together so we all find out about things. So I actually think I've switched. I used to get very angry about it. I think we're doing quite well. And maintaining the anger as an energy, as an old song goes, just so that we push forwards. But I do think we're doing much better than we might otherwise presume.
Oh, very true. Dr. Van?
Yeah, I totally agree with Michael, because I think now we need to think about the word literacy in a different meaning. Before, we just need to know how to read, to write, but now kids, literacy for the kids mean that they need to know about finance, they need to know about technology and everything. It's much more than literacy before. So I think we are doing well. The world is doing well right now. We are on the right track. And the reason that for the recent 5 years, it seems that people are more aware of the importance of financial literacy, because I think the financial market is developing, technology is developing, and people are having a lot of troubles if they are not having financial literacy. So that's one reason why we focus and we be more aware of financial situations right now and financial literacy. And now kids are talking about Bitcoins, talking about metaverse, everything. So if we don't learn, we don't have knowledge for them, how can they survive in the new century, right? So that's why I think we are just doing right on the right track to do. And I totally agree that we need to have an ecosystem. We need to have each other sharing the experience, and together we can make the financial literacy in the world much better. That's what I thought, yeah.
Thank you. And lastly, Teddy, by 2030. Teddy, you're on mute, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. I think, like I said earlier, that there's a deliberate effort in Zambia to be able to reach out to most of the population and ensure that everyone is financially literate. The national strategy itself has a target that we will have a financially literate population by the year 2030. And I think we're working towards that and ensuring that everyone involved should be able to sort of participate in this. I also want to mention that I think Dr. Van had mentioned this with regard to ensuring that all the players are sort of involved. And this includes the supply side and also the demand side, to ensure that whilst we go and embark on educating the population, then there will be a corresponding sort of supply of services that will ensure that everyone is included in the financial space of the country. And also, I think what is critical is that we need to ensure that especially on the part of the children, that they should be financially literate, because it will be nice for them to grow up with a sort of attitude and character that will fit the future financial space, so that they are able to make decisions that will not land economies into situations that we'll all regret. And I think that's really, really key. But I also want to mention the fact that the Cha-Ching program is very good in terms of, because it's able to take the children on a landscape of not just teaching them how to save, but starting from where earning, starting from how the money is made, and then how to go through the other process that you need to go through, which entirely all the adults go through this kind of scenario. So it's good to get children to understand it from that starting point, and then we will have a financially literate population by the year 2030 for us in Zambia. But also just to encourage that countries should be able to embark on a multi-sectoral approach to ensuring that financial education is rolled out to the populations.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So optimism is the general census and consensus. We're optimistic where we are. We're on the right course in the right direction. Thank you all of you for your insights. I mean, it's a real privilege for me to sort of sit here and moderate with three such active experts and advocates and leaders in the subject. The work you're doing, I think, is inspirational and so important. The subject matter, I think, doesn't need to be reiterated. I think our keynote speaker put such a good umbrella around why, at a macro level, this topic is so important. I think you can drill it down to it just simply being, this is probably one of the most important life skills that impacts absolutely every single person on this planet indiscriminately. Doesn't matter which part of society you come from, whether you're wealthy or whether you're poor, which country you come from, money is going to impact your life. And I think you need to be given the tools to make educated decisions, or at least have a good compass to help you navigate your financial life in the future. So thank you very much for your sharing. I think that's the end of this session. Sorry, Michael, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to add one thing on. I would love for the teachers who joined us today. We actually have an award in the Mayas, especially for teachers, only for teachers to enter. No one else is allowed to enter, only teachers, because we want to reward teachers for doing this. So I will put a link into the comments.
You might get 28,700 Cha-Ching teachers applying, which I would love to have.
That's exactly what we want. That's exactly why we do this. So I'll put a link into the comments.
Well, all the teachers out there, you heard it. Please apply to Michael's MAIAS Awards. Sorry, last comments, Dr. Van. Do you want to say something, Teddy?
No, I just want to say goodbye. I thought that Mark say goodbye.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
That was very insightful and jam-packed. Thank you so much for the thoughtful conversation, Michael, Dr. Van, Teddy, and Mark. You have given us all much to think about, and no doubt you renewed our collective desire to play our part in furthering the development of financial education. There's just a lot to take away from that conversation. So please feel free to share your learning and your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you so much for being the push that we needed to take the step towards a more financially literate society. Now, I am sure that you're just as excited as I am to know more about what stories our remaining participating countries have prepared. And that is why we will be showcasing another 2 countries at this very moment. Let's continue by looking at what Prudential Indonesia and Prestasi Junior Indonesia, or PJI, have been contributing to the success of the Cha-Ching program. As of today, they have reached more than 143,000 students and engaged 4,707 teachers. Let us all watch their video to better understand their achievements with Cha-Ching.
The National Survey of Financial Literacy shows that only 1 in 3 Indonesians has sufficient financial knowledge. With the commitment and aim of addressing this issue, Prudence Foundation, Prudential Indonesia, and Prestasi Junior Indonesia have introduced Cha-Ching curriculums to more than 2,900 elementary schools in Indonesia. Piloted in Sidoarjo, East Java in 2017, the Cha-Ching curriculum has been expanded to Jakarta, Trenggalek, and Blitar, engaging more than 160,000 students. The innovative curriculum has proven to be exceptionally scalable, and growth in beneficiary numbers has increased 5 times over 4 years. Its positive impact is also reinforced with an average increase of 12% in student financial literacy knowledge post-engagement. More than 5,300 teachers have been trained to deliver the 6-lesson program. 90% of them agree that the overall learning quality of the Cha-Ching curriculum is good, and the teaching materials used are easily understood and engaged by students. To acknowledge their achievements and contributions, 86 teachers in Jakarta and Sidoarjo successfully passed the Cha-Ching Financial Accreditations and participated in the 2021 CCFA Local Conference. This great opportunity has elevated their capacity and confidence to teach financial literacy in schools. With the limitations on face-to-face learning during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Cha-Ching curriculum modules were adapted into a blended learning model delivered online through the WhatsApp Business API. As simple as sending a chat to PJI's WhatsApp account, every student, together with their parents and assisted by the teachers, are now able to learn all about money and its management from their own smartphone at home. A lesson about financial literacy actually already exists. Students were habituated to save money, but we have not instilled the whole concept yet. In this program, students are taught about ways to earn money, save money, spend money by sorting out what is needed, and set aside their money to help others.
I like Prudence, who is good at managing money. Right now, I need to have a watch. So, I do not spend all my pocket money and save it in the Cha-Ching money box. When my saving amount reaches my target, then I will buy the watch that I want.
We realize that the financial literacy education has positive impacts in preparing students for the future. We believe information students have obtained during the education process will shape their mindsets and beliefs. When we provide good quality education, we can educate and inspire the students. This will be an asset for them to live in the future. Indeed, the impact will not be gained over a short term, but this is an expansive investment. The Cha-Ching curriculum will change the face of how the Trenggalek community manages their money in the future. The students won't be like prior generations who saved their money under the pillow, and this becomes an idle investment. I believe the students will become champions who will drive the economy in the future.
That's been such an amazing growth. Thank you so much, Prudential Indonesia and PJI. I am sure that with your commitment and passion, you will continue to touch lives of countless youth in the years to come. Up next is Thailand. In the years since Cha-Ching was introduced in Thailand, Prudential and JA have been able to reach 36,386 students and 1,526 teachers. Let us now turn to this video from Thailand.
This program is fantastic. It helped me learn how to manage my money. For example, I learned to consider before I buy things which is not necessary to me. I learned to save my money for the future. I'm really happy to be part of this program. I am so happy that JA Thailand provides a very good program like Cha-Ching. The program is very well designed and helpful for our children. I'm so happy and so proud of my children that they are part of this amazing program. I'm so glad that we have this great program. Our children could be benefit from the program that they can learn to save and manage their money. I'm so thankful to provide this program. I hope that children can further participate in this amazing program in the future to gain basic financial literacy.
A big thank you to JA Thailand for sharing your story. Your dedication is an inspiration, and I am sure that our viewers feel the same. What a great start for our program. Before we continue, let us first take a short 10-minute break to take a deep breath, stretch our legs, and refill our water bottles. During this time, we will be playing one of the Cha-Ching music videos. So see you all in 10 minutes. Cha-Ching!
Great show, everybody. Here's your pay.
Oh, poor thing.
I wonder where it's been.
Tell us, where does money come from?
Well, it starts life at the mint, where it goes through a printing stint.
Then it's spread throughout the country
to the bank or ATM. Then it makes its way to you, my friend.
You can earn, save, spend, and donate.
This moves our money round at a supersonic rate.
Yeah, we want to earn, save, spend, and donate. To open up a world of possibilities.
Let me introduce myself. Prudence is my name. My big tip is let good planning be your aim.
Hi, my name is Bobby, and I'm just a bit confused. My hard-earned cash I always tend to lose.
To the busy bee, that is what my friends call me. I work hard and save, that's what I love to do.
Hi, my name is Pepper. I love to spend and spend, especially on the weekend with my friends.
Earn, save, spend, and donate.
These are decisions that we all have to make.
From the mint the banknotes made to the day that we get paid.
Your money moves to and fro, but you have choices, don't you know?
We've all got such different needs, and spend, save at different speeds.
Yeah, let's think about our money.
When we have it in our hands, it is good to understand that we can earn, save, spend, donate our money.
You can do what you please, but we are here listening to choices like these. Hey, my name is Charity. I love to help a friend in need, and the message given money always sends.
Justin is my name, and making dollars is my game. My ideas are big, and so's my earning too.
You can earn, save, spend, and donate. These are decisions that we all have to make. Yeah, we want to earn, save, spend, and donate. To open up a world of possibility. To open up a world of possibility.
So that's where it's been.
Welcome back, everyone. Let us start the second half of the Cha-Ching Financial Literacy Conference 2022 with a focus on another two countries' experiences of implementing the Cha-Ching program, starting off with Cambodia.
នេះថ្លៃសម្ដែង
លុយនេះខ្ញុំតាក់ចូលធនាគារ
លុយនេះទុកទិញកាបូបថ្មីលុយនេះទុកសន្សំហើយបរិច្ចាគលុយនៅសល់លុយមួយកាំងមួយសេនដែលចេញពីទឹកចិត្តអ្នកជួយអ្នកដែលខ្វះខាតដើម្បីផ្ដើមជីវិតថ្មីពីភពលោកយើងខ្លាយជាកន្លែងប្រសើរបរិច្ចាគលុយអ្នកអ្នកចេះយកចិត្តទុកដឹងអ្នកជួយដោយអញ្ចឹងបានអ្វីតបស្នងវិញដោយសារតែអ្នកពីភពលោកជាកន្លែងប្រសើរឲ្យខ្ញុំសានសប្បាយចិត្តព្រោះអាចជួយគ្រប់កន្លែងដែលជួយបានខ្ញុំសានសប្បាយចិត្តព្រោះខ្ញុំអាចជួយអ្នកដទៃខ្ញុំសានសប្បាយចិត្តបរិច្ចាគពេលវេលាខ្ញុំដល់ហ្វ្រីឲ្យចិត្តស្រស់ថ្លានោះគឺការបរិច្ចាគគឺការបរិច្ចាគគឺការបរិច្ចាគខ្ញុំយល់ពីតម្លៃលុយហើយការបរិច្ចាគអាចជួយដល់មនុស្សទាំងក្មេងចឹងពីភពគាត់អាចមានគំនិតបន្តគាត់ទៅជួយឲ្យដើម្បីសន្សំប្រាក់សម្រាប់ការសិក្សាដើម្បីឲ្យគាត់មានអនាគតល្អចា៎អរគុណគាត់ចេះចាយដឹងថាតើប្រាក់ដែលគាត់ត្រូវចាយហ្នឹងគួរចាយអ្វីដែលមានប្រយោជន៍អ្វីដែលគួរចំណាយហើយអ្វីដែលជាតម្រូវការឬក៏ជាចាំបាច់ដែលគាត់ត្រូវការឬក៏ជាចំណង់របស់គាត់ជួយឲ្យបានអ្វីតបស្នងវិញដោយសារតែអ្នកពីភពលោកជាកន្លែងប្រសើរ
ហើយខាង Prudential មានថវិកាជួយគ្រប់គ្រងតើយើងត្រូវការសាក់ប្រមាណដងទៀតហើយសាក់ប្រមាណឆ្នាំទៀតសាក់ប្រមាណសាលាទៀតវាដំពុតសមិទ្ធសុនបណ្ណាថាទៅត្រឹមណាជែកគ្នាណាគួយជាប់គ្នាណាជាមួយមូលនិធិសិទ្ធិកុមារនិង Prudential ទៅយើងគួរធ្វើប្រមាណទៀត
ដៃគូជួយគ្រប់គ្រងបន្តទៀតហើយចង់ឲ្យវិសាលភាពនឹងវារីកបានទូទាំងប្រទេសតែម្ដង
ម្នាក់មានមិនភាំងខ្ញុំជាអ្នកជួយឲ្យសម្រេចឲ្យប្រសើរដែរ
It's great to hear those updates. Thank you so much, Prudential Cambodia and Child Rights Foundation. We wish you every success as you move forward with Cha-Ching and continue to touch lives of young people across your nation. Now let us move forward to another market, which piloted the Cha-Ching program back in 2016. Since then, Prudential Taiwan and their implementing partner, GVEF, have been making great progress with the program. And today, they will be taking us through a quick overview of their achievements.
汉雅投资与宝诚人寿共同发展Cha-Ching儿童理财教育计划，至今投入了7年，接触超过700万人次的家长、教师以及学生。Cha-Ching 儿童理财教育与儿童杂志连载理财教育知识读本，一共有85000名读者受惠。2017、2018年也推出校园行动剧。2019年启动种子学校3年计划，深耕新北、基隆2县市。种子学校3年计划至今，一共19所学校投入，超过1000位教师参与，近3万位学童使用Cha-Ching教材。 由教育主管机关推荐种子学校新北市、基隆市为首发示范城市，与社会科市占率第1的翰林出版社合作，发送超过5000份教材给全台社会科教师进行理财教学。因应疫情，举办线上教师研习，邀请非种子学校教师认识 Cha-Ching 教学方案。线上超过200位教师热情参与，教师分别来自全台18县市。
我们相信呢，非常多的家长都会更进一步的让孩子们从小就能够培养一个正确的一个理财观念。
由汉雅投资与宝成人寿共同致力推广 Cha-Ching 儿童理财计划，兼具广度与深度，深受许多家长、孩童与校园师资的热烈回响。
透过学校教育来引导他们，给他们正确的使用观念，我觉得这个很重要。
这个活动我觉得就是可以教导我们的小孩，让他了解说真正的需要是什么。
他们这个年纪差不多对金钱开始慢慢的进入一些观念。
我们真的要让孩子去试试看，从课堂里面学习，走入现实的生活当中。
未来将积极朝向数位化转型，降低地域限制，让更多台湾师生享有 Cha-Ching 丰富的儿童理财教育资源。
Thank you, Prudential Taiwan and GVEF. After watching the short video, we all felt your dedication and desire to reach as many students as possible through the Cha-Ching program. Stay tuned until the very end because we still have 2 more countries who will be sharing their Cha-Ching achievements with us. Moving on, our next panel discussion builds on the broader topic of financial education with a focus towards the future. In particular, we will consider the importance of investing in financial education at a very young age to ensure that the next generation are better able to make more informed financial decisions. We have assembled an impressive group of panelists to help us better conceptualize the opportunity and impact of financial literacy initiatives, not just here and now, but also in the future. To help us navigate the topic of financial education today for the adults of tomorrow, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Adele Atkinson, an international financial education expert, Mr. Russell Winard, COO of Young Enterprise UK, Mr. Will Clark, the Head of Consumer Education of FSCA South Africa, and Ms. Simi Nwogugu, CEO of JA Africa. To be moderated by Mr. Michael Mersheka, a consultant of partnerships and M&A at JA Worldwide. Let us give them a warm virtual applause.
Hello. Hello and welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining us in the world. Really pleased to be moderating this session with these a seasoned panel of experts in financial education. And obviously very pleased to have listened in on the sessions so far, which I have to say are very insightful and I hope are giving inspiration to the hundreds of teachers who are on this call, who are actually out there doing it on the front line. It is such an important subject and I'm very glad to be hosting this panel. So on the panel, as we know, we've got Dr. Adele Atkinson, who's worked with the ECD. She's a policy expert there, and she's a fellow at the University of Bristol University. We've got Russell Winard, who I had the pleasure of working with a few years ago when I was running Young Enterprise UK. And we've got Will Clark, who runs the Financial Sector Conduct Authority in South Africa. So he's kind of the regulator, so hopefully some good insights from his end of the spectrum. And also we've got Simi Nwogugu, who is the CEO of JA Africa. Before that, she was the CEO of JA Nigeria. And before that, she was working in New York. She's founded a startup out there, but also worked for MTV Nickelodeon. So welcome all of you. Thank you for joining the panel. And I think with further ado, I'm going to jump in and start with you, Adele, if I may.
Sure.
So we know that it's important to start teaching financial education at an early age, and that was touched on in an earlier panel. But do you agree with that? And if so, what age would you start or recommend starting, and why?
Wow. Well, thank you very much for the question. It's a joy to be here, and thank you to the organisers. I also managed to tune in earlier and was very impressed by what I heard so far. I think in terms of your question, there is really no age that we could consider too early, providing that the content and the approach is right. There is nothing about finance per se that means that we can't talk to very young children about it. There are certainly certain topics that would be inappropriate, but that's the same with practically everything in life. So I think the key thing is that we should, as adults, try to the best of our ability to show how to behave. So we know that children imitate adults. And so right from the very beginning, whenever we take them out, if they're in a pushchair, if we're child minding for someone, if we're teaching someone, we need to be sure that we're consistent in the words we use and the behavior that we show. So that imitation is positive and starts to reinforce the ways in which young people, children, think about money. But there are also kind of practical things. So we know how important delayed gratification is. It's a big term, doesn't really mean very much. But if you just tell children to be patient, they understand. They don't necessarily like it, but they understand. And I think we have to kind of integrate these ideas, these concepts and attitudes that provide the children with a foundation so that when they start to look at the more practical aspects of managing money in later life, they have the very solid foundation in terms of positive attitudes and in terms of positive behaviors as well. Again, kind of looking at practical things, you can talk about sharing with really small children, preschool. You can certainly talk about sharing in school. It's a natural concept that will come into discussion. And we know that sharing and understanding that money goes round, and that there's an opportunity to donate sometimes, all of those concepts are relevant for money. We know that children need to understand how to look after something that's valuable. Something that's valuable to them may be the dirtiest, most disgusting blanket in the whole wide world. But if they love it, they understand how much it means to them and how important it is that they don't lose it. And before I finish, I think I'd just like to say one more thing. I heard a lot of discussion about financial inclusion and the relationship with financial literacy. And I think from a very young age, what we need to avoid is talking about financial products, financial services, about branding and those kinds of things. Young children are going to benefit most when their attitudes and behaviors are ready for the future. What they don't need is to be filled with knowledge about specific products. They don't need that information, and it's probably not going to be relevant to them in the future. One of the things we see time and time again is how rapidly the financial landscape is changing. So we shouldn't expect them to absorb pointless information. It's likely to turn them off from managing their money effectively and take us away from building those attitudes and behaviors that are so important.
Fantastic. Yes, things are changing so fast. It's quite frightening. But listen, very relevant for this audience, Adele, is obviously, I know you recently reviewed the Cha-Ching curriculum, which is a fantastic program to be associated with. Could you briefly tell us what you found and how it compares with other financial literacies across the world, and maybe any other insights from that research?
Yes. Sure. So first of all, it was an amazing project. I don't think I've ever, as a researcher, been given quite so much data. So it was a fantastic thing to do. And really hats off to JA for collecting all that data and making it into a usable format. But I know that's not what you asked me. So I think there were three things. I mean, we always talk about things in threes, right? But there were three things. One of the things that's really, really good and key, I think, to the success of Cha-Ching, and when I reviewed it, I didn't see any reason to assume this wouldn't create a success, is the marriage between financial discussion and education. everything from talking to the ministries of education through to working with the teachers and giving them a training method that was appropriate to them, listening to the early feedback and reshaping the training to make it as appropriate as possible. So even just the foundations, they're so important. We know that financial education can work, but we do need teachers to be able to teach it. There are very few teachers that go into the teaching profession expecting to teach financial literacy. So that element of any financial education for young people is important, vital, I would say. I think the other thing that's really interesting about Cha-Ching, and which again you don't see very often, is it doesn't just talk about different types of financial literacy. It isn't just a list, and it isn't just when you're 6 you should know this, and when you're 7 you should know that. It talks about the circle of money, and I think that is really a key to understanding that money isn't limitless, that we do have to make decisions, that if we do put money in one direction, we don't have it to take and put somewhere else. So we've got a core element, which is training teachers, and another core element, which is having a curriculum that makes a lot of logical sense and brings in this concept in a very natural way. And I think the third thing that I'd really like to highlight today is that it's very clear that this works for students. It's very clear from analysing the data that they're learning something they wouldn't have learned in the absence of Cha-Ching. I did lots of statistical tests, and no matter how I tested the data, I consistently saw that their knowledge is improving, and even the way that they talk about their attitudes and their behaviour is changing in a very positive direction. It's much harder to measure attitude and behavior through questionnaires, through classroom exercises, but everything that I saw suggested it was changing. And to give you a little bit, you asked about how this compares to others. Well, of course, other organizations are providing financial education, and some of it's already been proven to be successful. There are a couple of things. One is we had much more data, so we can be much more confident in the results. Another is that I was looking at data across 5 countries, 5 quite different countries in Asia, and we were seeing change, not the same change in every country, but positive change in every country. So we know that this is something unique. And I think the other thing is one of the statistical tests I did showed that on average across these 5 countries, across the years that I studied, and I had over 200,000 students from more than 4 years of data, we could see that the change was almost equivalent to 1 grade at GCSE. So for those of you who know the GCSE system, that is really significant. It can be the difference between a child getting into university or not. So we're seeing a really large change considering it's a relatively small time in the school year. So very interesting indeed.
Yeah, thank you, Adele. It is incredible. I think it was Michael, one of the previous speakers on the panel, said that, you know, we are taught in the core curriculum all sorts of things about battles that were fought centuries ago, and about how clouds are formed and rivers are formed. But yet on financial literacy education capability that is fundamental to well-being, there is not a lot. So fantastic work again to the teachers. Keep doing what you're doing. You know, things will change and you are part of that change. But also I want to talk about, lastly with you, Adele, the social side of education, which I know you're very interested in, particularly the financial one. So what can be done on a more societal level to positively influence young people's relationship and mindset around money?
Yeah, this is a more complex question. I think it's very important that we start to understand the relationships that all people have. We tend to talk about measuring financial literacy at the individual level because we measure all skills and competencies at the individual level. And I think going forward, we need to talk much more about networks, about how one person has an influence on another, whether it's a newsreader, whether it's a teacher, whether it's a parent. We know that those people are all influencing the way that money is discussed and considered. And the financial services also, they have a positive role, but they also potentially have a negative role. So let's look at the positive and let's make sure that what they're doing is looking at opportunities to even potentially help young people to make payments in school, for example. to make savings. All of the things that young people have to do during their normal kind of childhood could be beneficial, and the society could have a really strong role to do that. And let's not also overlook the importance of regulation. Society includes regulators, and regulators have a role to play to make sure that our young people are not impacted negatively or put off from fully integrating into a financial landscape. One of the things we're seeing at the moment is the horrific extent of cybercrime, and it does reach young people. So we have to be very careful that the whole of society is working together to protect our young people and make sure that we have the skills and the knowledge that we need moving forward.
Thanks, Adele. That's a very good segue to Linville. It's like we planned that, which we of course didn't. So Linville, very topical, obviously. We all know about the risks of social media, misinformation around financial products. Everything's being promoted, over-promoted there by these influence. So how should people navigate social media for genuine advice and information? And how would they understand, how would they try and find out if something can't be trusted on social media? Any tips on that one? I think you might be on mute. Can he be unmuted? Sorry, Lyndall, you seem to be on mute. Let's see if we can fix that. Let's try again. If not, I'm going to line up Russell to answer that one. Lyndall, try once more. Yep, you're not getting through. We'll come back to you. Don't worry. Russell, did you get that question? Do you want to take a stab at it?
Okay, I think I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Lyndall's back.
There we go.
Lyndall, you got the question, yeah? Okay.
For a moment there, I thought Adele, when she spoke about cybercrime, somebody was interfering with our lines. We had a ghost in the machine. Good day, everyone. Yeah, good day, everyone, and welcome from South Africa. Just a correction, I don't run the FSCA, Michael. I'm actually the head of the Consumer Education Department at the FSCA, and I'm sure my boss will be very upset if I say that.
Yeah, don't want to get you into trouble. Apologies.
Exactly. Sorry, can you repeat the question? I lost it a little bit while I was trying to unmute.
Sure. So we were talking about the societal impact, but I was talking about the social media side of things, in terms of the risks on social media, the misinformation on social media around financial products being promoted by, let's say, many of these influencers who have millions and millions of followers. So how should people navigate social media for advice and information? And how would they maybe sense that something can't be trusted?
Yeah, so thanks for that. And again, I think I just firstly want to link up with something that Adele said around when is it appropriate to provide information, and even on social media, the types of information that's coming through. So we speak about appropriate content at the appropriate age through the appropriate channel. And when you talk about social media, we often feel that young people, that's the go-to medium of communication. I've also heard young people say to me, but that's my social media tool. If you want to speak to me about finances, speak to me face to face. But I think it's important to note that look, companies use multiple media platforms to market and advertise their products, and financial companies obviously are no different. And this, of course, includes social media, and you can buy and sell almost anything in the world these days, thanks to the internet. But due to COVID, obviously, the internet and social media has been to our number one go-to communication medium. Unfortunately, fraudsters have found this out as well. So that's also become the fraudsters' number one go-to medium. And when you do navigate, and especially when it comes to financial products, I think you need to be very careful around your responsibility as to finding out where's the advice or the information coming from, because that is the origin of the misinformation. And if you, and obviously as a regulator, we always say that the regulators are the ones that should be giving you the unbiased information, because most of the time when you engage with financial services providers, they obviously want to sell you a financial product. So I'm not saying that they will missell you, but I think the first thing for you to find out is, are they authorized by the authority in your country to sell that particular financial product that they want to sell you? So for me, it is the questions that you ask around the information that is coming through on social media and on the internet. And of course, further to this, what is the offer that is being made? What kind of information are you getting around this offer? Is it too good to be true? Is it, for example, a message coming on WhatsApp saying to you, you can double your money in 30 days or in 2 weeks? So it is the content that is coming through that you need to start questioning when you start navigating. And I think when it starts hitting your pocket, and I'm talking from an adult perspective, I think you need to be very careful who you're going to give your money to eventually. When it comes to the youth, it is also to start them thinking around the pitfalls when engaging on the internet and with social media, because I think that is the big challenge about the information being disseminated around these channels. But I think it's also important that you start thinking about reporting this kind of misinformation. When you start realizing, but this sounds too good to be true. And I think that's where the key comes in. When it sounds too good to be true, it's probably it is. And it's an old cliche. And I think that is when the warning bells should start ringing, that you should be very careful of dealing with whatever information is coming through these various channels. So yeah, for me, it is questions to ask around the type of information and where exactly it comes from and who's providing you with that information.
Very good. Thank you for that insight. So on specifics, so you must have come across many cases of mis-selling, fraud on consumers. So maybe you could share a couple of examples of that, and maybe how a higher level of financial literacy would have alerted people to the fact that these products were indeed fraudulent.
Yeah. So Michael, maybe I can ask you in the panel, how many times do you check your banking statements? How many times a month or a week do you check your banking statements? Because if you check it quite regularly, you will be able to pick up that there might be a debit order that you didn't authorize. So one of the scams that are going around in South Africa, I think there's a limit of up to 99 Rand, where you don't actually have to give your permission for the debit order to be deducted. Or sometimes you go onto a social media platform and you might just hit the wrong button. And you find that the button that you hit actually causes a debit order to come off your bank statement. So one of the biggest scams that's going around, and we've seen an increase on our stats, is that these kind of unauthorized debits going off your account. So if you had the knowledge to think to myself, and this is where financial literacy comes in, I need to check my bank statements on a regular level, regular basis, you will pick up these kind of incidents very quickly. The most common scam, obviously, Michael, is phishing. You know, when you get your SMS or your email through the social media channels, asking you for requesting your banking details or your PIN number even. Now, obviously, here on a financial literacy or education level, you should know that your bank will never ask you those kind of questions. And I think that is where your financial literacy and alertness of people should kick in. When these things come on your social media, be very sure that you should not be actually answering them in the first place or even opening them. The third one, it's also very common, is pyramid schemes. And earlier I said the questions you are going to ask. Now, a pyramid scheme is when people start asking you to recruit more people to be part of the investment scheme. So you need to be alert that when these kind of red flags come up, that this is when it's probably a scheme that is not going to benefit you, or you're going to lose your money in the end. And then another one, I mean, there's a lot of them going around at the moment, Michael. So the other one is the fake debt, where you receive a communication that you actually owe money. You start panicking and repay, and you're unsure of all the details, but you start paying because you want a free credit or a credit record that is not blemished. So when these things come through on your social media or on the internet and through these channels, these digital channels, again, the questions must be asked. And this is where your financial literacy kicks in. you think to yourself, but firstly, my bank is not going to ask me these kind of questions. Why are they asking me to recruit more people? And is it going to benefit me in the long run? So that's the kind of thing when you talk about examples of fraud and how financial literacy actually influences. I think that's the go-to thing for me at this point.
Fantastic. So some amazing insights there about some very simple things that people should do. So just to end with you, Lindwell, then on that note, so any overall tips for teachers and students alike on how to avoid financial fraud when they enter adult life, which nowadays, through gaming can be quite young?
Well, so I think I'm going to answer you on two levels quickly, Michael. From a philosophical point of view, I think we should first think of money as a means to achieve your goals, and not as the goal itself. Okay. Adele spoke about a lot of social aspects. Tie your money into the meaning of life, so to speak. Your friends, your health, your family, the memories that you have. Learn how to make your money work for yourself. I think instead of working, slogging away from payday to payday, find ways of either investing and getting some passive income on the side. On a practical side, I think it's important if you look at your money, and in South Africa, we have a very high unemployment rate, especially amongst the youth. And so what youth has resorted to do is now to have what we call a side hustle. They have multi-streams of income. Okay. The other social aspect from a practical point of view is talking about money. I think we from a cultural point of view, I never spoke to my parents. My father always used to say, listen, we either do have money or we don't have money, or you can't afford to get this. So talk to your children about money. And this is where the conversation starts. From an early age, talk to the children about money. And then two more things. One, peer pressure. Amongst our youth, the peer pressure to actually buy things which is not within your budget. You don't have to wear what your friend wears if it costs more. Then consumerism. Be careful of those adverts that are driving you to actually spend more money, because at the end of the day, you will get into debt trying to stay with the Joneses or those that stay next to you in terms of what you have. So for me, I think it's thinking beyond the money, getting the social aspect around your friends, your family, and talking about money to ensure that we grow our knowledge and understanding, and it can avoid, I think this is important as well, avoid common pitfalls, over-indebtedness, and this leads to stress. It leads to your health being deteriorating. And at the end of the day, I think we need to work together to sustain our income, but also to sustain our families and communities.
Thank you, Lindwell. I saw a question coming up on the chat about what age should we start financial education. As Adele has said, and I know the others will agree, a previous speaker also said on a different panel, you do start as early as possible. It needs to be age appropriate. You're not going to be teaching them about financial products. But as I'm sure Russell will say, you can start at 4 or 5 years old with some simple games when they're out shopping, teaching them that, you can only buy one thing, not two. When they want to, you say, no, it's just one thing. So the answer is, as early as possible, make it age appropriate. And it's usually around, let's say, 5 years old. So listen, I'm going to move along, conscious of time. I think we've got about 20 minutes left, and I'm going to move over to Simi now. So Simi, your previous role as CEO of JA Nigeria and now CEO of JA Africa, could you maybe illustrate the difficulties that you're facing in trying to embed financial literacy into schools and curriculum? Because we're up against what is the core curriculum, rivers, battles, English, all the rest of it. Give us some insights into some of those difficulties you face day to day.
Sure, Michael, and thank you to the team in J Asia and the Prudence Foundation for having me on this panel. So I think all across Africa and definitely in Nigeria, we find that this traditional curriculum is what is really the impediment to bring in financial literacy into schools. the curriculum is heavily overloaded and the teachers are not equipped. And so when you bring in something like Cha-Ching and financial literacy, on one hand, they have to create the space in the curriculum to be able to teach this. And on the other, you have to actually train the teachers so that they can deliver it. Otherwise, they see it as another thing to add to their plate that they're not equipped to teach. But one thing that we find that has been helpful is that because the Cha-Ching curriculum is heavily video-based and it's very easy to teach, it has been received well in schools, and even the teachers are learning from it. And so we're combating those difficulties day to day. And the fact that we have things like this where we can invite the teachers to participate also encourages them to do more in their own personal finances, as well as in teaching the students. I can hear you, Michael, if you're speaking.
Sorry, I muted. There was some noise and then I couldn't unmute. Right. So thanks, Simi. That's you know, having worked in the UK with JA, you know, wherever we are on the globe, it is a problem around the world. So we've just got to keep fighting it. So despite these difficulties, is there still an appetite and indeed an appreciation of the benefits of financial literacy by teachers, by students, and maybe even parents?
Definitely. I think one of the trends we're seeing in Africa is that there is a lot of money coming in for people building fintech businesses. I think one was just announced even yesterday, where they're, you know, getting about a $3 billion valuation from getting an influx of about $250 million for a certain percentage of the business. And so this is causing headlines across Africa, and it's creating interest in finance and in technology, and particularly because across Africa, financial inclusion remains a problem. So the young entrepreneurs who are able to develop businesses that solve this problem, bring more people into you know, financial space where they're able to access banking and loans and things, the more that you're getting global recognition for that type of business. And so they're bringing in investments in cash. And so this has increased phenomenally the interest in learning financial management from a young age. Because for you to be able to do that kind of thing, develop a business like that, you need to have the financial literacy skills. On the other side is the fact that we're seeing also the consequences of a lack of financial management education, even as high as the government level, where you have some governments in Africa better able to generate internal revenue than others, just because they have that mindset of how to manage money and how to not rely on, you know, getting loans from outside. So increasingly, we're seeing an appetite by teachers, by students, by parents on the importance of learning from a very young age, a good relationship with money, managing money, saving money, spending money, earning money. And that has increased the request for our programs all across, particularly primary school programs as well.
Thanks, Simi. And finally, last question. Again, it is a global problem, but and I know it's one certainly in Africa and certainly Asia Pacific. How do we increase young people's access to financial education if they don't have access to digital resources? You know, the connectivity problem. How do you get around that? What do you recommend?
Definitely. So one of the problems we've had with scaling up Cha-Ching across Africa, of course, is the COVID-19 pandemic, where before we would go into classrooms to teach and train the teachers. But because of the pandemic and school closures, we had to go digital. Everything went online. But of course, about 70% of our students and teachers, don't have the access to the digital resources. So what we've been doing in partnership with Prudence Foundation, thank you very much, is actually creating low-tech ways to reach students, primarily through TV and radio. And because the Cha-Ching program is video-based, it lends itself very quickly to becoming a TV program. And so that's what we've been doing. And we have the ability to scale up really dramatically from reaching thousands to reaching millions across Africa. And we're doing that with all our programs also to see how we can leverage WhatsApp, TV, radio, just things that we know that they have regular access to. And eventually we hope to also partner with the large mobile network operators to see if we can carry zero rating programs digitally. So that would also give access to digital resources that don't cost anything or little to nothing. So that's what we're doing. And we really thank the foundation for supporting that effort and funding the transition from digital to TV format.
Fantastic. It's really good. Yeah, broadcasting will come back into its own, maybe on the educational front. Thank you, Simi. So over to you, Russell, now. And obviously, I know that JA in the UK, Young Enterprise, is very big on entrepreneurship and work skills. So what relationship do you see between financial capability and an enterprising mindset? And maybe you can share some examples of the combined impact of those two things, i.e. the mindset and financial capability on an individual. How do those two work? Is it powerful? What is your experience of that?
Yeah, hello, Michael, and hello to everybody from the UK. Thank you for inviting me onto the panel. I think it's a really interesting question, because something we've worked hard on in the UK is this concept of developing an enterprising mindset amongst young people. And really what we mean by that is an approach or a way of being that young people are able to take to help them navigate challenges or make the most of opportunities. But it's that positive approach. And if you consider that in relation to money and money management, it's a really strong relationship. I mean, we want young people to not only develop the knowledge, skills around money, but as Adele alluded to, the attitudes and the behaviors are crucially important. We want to make sure that young people are developing those appropriate behaviors. And if we think about some of the challenges that adults face with money, we're all faced with financial decisions every single day. We have to make choices there, and our financial capability is what's helping us make those choices. If you take a negative situation, potentially bills that are racking up that are not being paid, or debts that you're in that have become unmanageable, well, we know that adults sometimes bury their head in the sand. They ignore that, and it builds up and builds up to a point that causes all sorts of challenge. So that enterprising mindset, that ability to take on the challenge in a positive way, to make that phone call, to explain that maybe you are having challenges with the financial service provider or energy provider, whoever it is, have that conversation, that mitigates a whole range of problems and can enable you to move forward to a positive solution. But equally, on a more positive note, things like student finance. Here in the UK, there are student loans. Young people have access to them. You do have to pay them back. But there's a little bit of misunderstanding around student loans, and the amounts can be quite scary. We're talking around about £50,000 now on average for a young person to go to university. That's the debt that they would come out with at the end. But there's a misunderstanding of how that debt is then repaid. And so being able to give those young people not just the knowledge of what that looks like, but the mindset that may change their want to go to university based on the financial implication, that's really important. So I think mindset plays a really, really important part in the financial choices, decisions that we make.
Thanks, Russell. And in trying to obviously improve financial capability, improve this enterprising mindset, what role do you see for the families and communities in helping to strengthen those and, I guess, embed them in individuals?
I think families are crucially important. I mean, we know that family is the biggest influencer of a young person in those early years. I would say that young people begin learning about money from the moment that they start observing transactions, and that's before school. So that input from family, really important, and some of those attitudes towards money will be strongly influenced by family. We know that there's research from Cambridge University that suggests that habits begin to be formed by age 7. So those kind of behaviours, they're being set at a time when young people haven't really been in school very long. So we do need families to play that part. The problem we have is that not all families are confident enough to provide that input, and that's why it's so important that schools and families and the community are all working together on this. Schools can provide a really great input in relation to financial education, but they quite often struggle to provide those real life experiences, and that's what can be done through the home. Small things like preparing a meal for that evening on a small budget, but going out and choosing the ingredients, paying the money, producing the meal. It's those little experiences that are just so important when it comes to financial learning and understanding. And if we can get schools and home working together around that, I think we've got a richer financial education for our young people.
Interesting, because it is a challenge for financial education. So you've got, I guess, government, the policy, trying to get financial education into the curriculum, squeeze it in. That's one challenge. The second is, poor teachers who are really overloaded with all the subjects they have to teach, but also there's a lot of other stuff they have to do in terms of childcare, special needs. So they're very overloaded. So there's the teacher challenge. And then you've got, because as we know, engaging the parents, as you just said, it is really important, quite crucial. And usually it is those parents that you want to engage that are under pressure themselves, so don't really have time to do extra stuff with their kids at home, look at what they've brought back. But it is so important. Have you got any tips for the audience we have here on how you can try and engage the parents at home?
I think one of the best channels to engage parents is through the schools. But what we have found is that you're not going to do that by holding financial capability sessions for parents. That's not going to work. Parents are not going to walk across the playground to come to a financial capability session. But what they will do is they will come to sessions if you frame it in a way that this is to support your child. So if you hold the sessions a little bit under a pretense of supporting the children and making sure that the children are developing these skills, but what you're also doing at the same time is you are educating the parents and carers, that we found works far better, particularly in primary education, where there's more connection between the school and the parents than there is once they go on to sort of post 11, 12 years old. But building that connection between school and parents, I think, is crucially important. And all parents want to support their children. They want their children to do well. It's just being able to build that confidence and possibly even get resources into the home that can be used. And I think schools are a really good mechanism for doing. Our parents that are struggling, then that's where you need to begin to look more at adult services and whether there are regulatory authorities or charities that can support parents through those really, really tough times, because you know what it's like when you've got a huge amount of pressure on you financially. It's very difficult to think about anything else. So I think in that instance, resolve the problem and then build that financial education piece into the solution.
Thanks, Russell. Very, very, very useful. Listen, I'm going to throw some questions from the audience that are coming in, and I'll start with you, Adele. So I'm sure you can help us on this. So here's a question from someone out there. So since the topic of finances is something that is still awkward to bring up in a conversation, and I'm assuming that means at home, do you think that we should normalize doing so in order to further promote and integrate financial literacy into our lives?
Oh, that's a very difficult question. Well, it's quite hard to change societal attitudes, I think. Our culture tends to be really quite strong. So I think what's better is to look at ways in which it's culturally appropriate rather than trying to change the way society sees money. But over time, maybe we will make small changes in just the same way as in many countries, people now are happy to drive with a seatbelt and they didn't used to be. In time, we maybe make this more straightforward. But for now, I think the focus should be on those opportunities that come more naturally. So as we've just heard, the idea of shopping for food and creating a meal, those kind of things are culturally appropriate in pretty much every country. And, you know, Lyndall said his parents didn't really talk about money, but nevertheless, he had a sense of there was some or there wasn't some. So look for those opportunities where there is some chance of speaking about it. And over time, let's try to shift the needle, but let's not try to do anything dramatic. Otherwise, there will just be a backlash. And I've seen this when I've been to conferences at times where the government has been saying everybody should tighten their belt and they should be very careful. People don't like you to talk about financial well-being and to say that they're responsible for their own future. So you have to be really sensitive to that dichotomy, if you like, between trying to tell somebody what to do and trying to show them what's appropriate for their own future.
Yeah. Thanks, Adele. Let's try one more, and let's give this one to Lyndall. So you're obviously at the regulatory, the policing end, I guess, at the moment. But someone is asking, moving forward, what other topics do you think we should focus on to supplement, complement financial literacy? Do you think we should intensify entrepreneurship concepts as well? That touches on Russell's subject of the enterprising mindset. But yeah, how would you complement financial literacy? Again, probably in the home or in the classroom. From your perspective, what would help? Yeah.
So thanks, Michael. Just to add on to what Adele was saying earlier on about the child, about the household. You know, we have a lot of child or youth-headed households in South Africa, and sometimes your financial education or capability is enforced upon you as a family. And although in the more ideal families, we battle to get the conversation going, in some families it is necessary to have those conversations because the family depends on a grant or some kind of income. So how do we supplement these? It's by talking about those kind of social issues that influences your finances. Because it could be that today your family is quite settled, and tomorrow the breadwinner loses his or her job in the family. So it necessitates a different conversation. So how do we then get people to talk about those issues that are really coming to fore when it comes to the vulnerability of the family or of the community? Entrepreneurship for sure. I think because of the unemployment rate in South Africa, talking about entrepreneurship and how to start your own business. We've got a program running in South Africa where we talk to small businesses, SMMEs, and looking at because about 70% of small businesses in South Africa fail in the first year or the second year. But it's because also they try to have the financial skill or the business skill, but the financial literacy component is actually a bit lacking. And we're trying to bring those together where your business skill and your financial education, your financial literacy skill actually goes hand in hand. Another issue that is also important, I think, is saving. To complement your financial education, I think it is very important. We've also found recently that not a lot of South Africans have emergency funds. If I talk about emergency funds, is what is my, for the past 3 months. Have you got enough funds to last you for the next 3 months if you lose your job, for instance? So saving and the types of savings, and sometimes we don't even talk about savings, because we have in South Africa, and I'm sure in the other countries that are listening, they have got more languages. We've got 11 official languages. So we got to use different methodologies and terminology. So we're talking about putting money away instead of talking about saving. We don't talk about retirement, for instance. We talk about planning for your future. So it is different ways. And I think when you do financial education, it is finding the right language to speak to the right audience, and then bring that point across, because people have different contexts. And I think that is what we need to understand when we do financial education. There's no one size fits all. You got to tailor make your content, and you got to tailor make your method of distribution and method of obviously in terms of the age group and the group that you're talking to. So yeah, Michael, you can add a lot of things. You can bring in new things, but you need to make it appropriate to the audience that you're talking to.
Fantastic. Thanks, Lindrul. Let's give one to Simi now. So it's from Free, who's in Indonesia, and she's asking, or he's how to support parents and teachers to join, teach, or develop financial literacy in a developing country. What would you advise to support these parents and teachers to get financial literacy going in a developing country? And I guess maybe assuming the lack of connectivity, loaded curriculum, all the rest of it. What would you advise, Simi?
So first of all, I'd like, for them to understand that financial literacy is not only about money, but also about, we say wealth in Yoruba is, the meaning of wealth is actually includes health. It includes everything around your well-being. So I think in developing countries where there is that wholeness, and I think it's a Japanese concept, this ikigai concept, is, finding your sweet spots. What are you passionate about, and what is needed by society, and what are you good at, and creating. So I think in developing countries where you still have a lot of need, both at the individual level and at the community level, it's really helping young people, helping teachers, and helping parents find out what are those unique abilities that you have, that you are able to make money by using that unique ability to help others in a way that benefits you, benefits your community, benefits society. And so when we get more of that, more people will see the need for financial literacy, that it's not just about, we want to teach people how to make money. No, we want to teach people how to use their unique gifts to support society, and also save some for future, and also, donate some for the uplifting of society. So when everybody sees that everybody benefits from this kind of learning, it's easier to sell to the parents because they're also getting a benefit out of it. It's easier to sell to the teachers because they're also getting benefits out of it. And particularly with societies where you may not have the resources of government, and you may have to come together and come out with a way to, support financial literacy education internally. So getting the teachers, the parents, and the community to work together to figure out how this benefits to society makes it an easier sell. So I would advise, if it's a JA, I don't know if it's a JA organization that's asking, or if it's a particular parent, come up with a way, a selling point that shows the benefits to everyone concerned, and then it's easier to sell it.
Fantastic advice. Thanks so much, Simi. Thanks to you all. I think we've got about 5 minutes. So very briefly, let's say a minute each. I'm going to throw a question to you as people really quite expert and very interested in financial education, starting with Adele. What are you going to do or hope to learn in this year 2022? What are you going to do or learn in a financial education context this year?
Thanks for the question. It's a big one. Really, I think for me, the key now is to better understand the integration of digitalization into the financial landscape. I think there's been a lot of focus on measuring it, which is very important, on understanding the role of digital products to reach the financially excluded. I think what we need now is to understand more about how the concept of money and spending changes when we think about digitalization, and especially for young people. I think there are so many digital tools. Somebody mentioned previously purchases within games. There are lots of different ways in which young people are already digitally spending or perhaps virtually spending rather than spending actual money. And I think that's where I'd like to have a much deeper understanding in the coming year. Whether that's possible, I don't know, but certainly that's what I'd like to achieve.
Great answer. Same question to you, Lindwell.
Yeah, I think I'll take it from a family perspective. Russell did say that your family is your basic unit in whichever form you want to look at a family. And I think for us, it's important that we look at how families and communities bind together. And from a look in terms of, from a personal point of view, securing investments in terms of financial future and how that will secure your future, but also from a regulatory and an education point of view, is how does investments and what kind of investments are available to people out there, and making them understand how those kind of investments can work for them. We have a big challenge in investment products some investment products not being available to the lower end of the market. So where do I put my money if I have 50 Rand over at the end of $50 over at the end of the month, or $20 over at the end of the month? What do I do with it? In South Africa, I normally tell people, okay, so you're going to go buy some takeaways. You're going to buy KFC or Kentucky Fried Chicken, or you're going to buy McDonald's with your $20. But what else can you do with that money to secure your financial future? And I think that is the area where I'd really like to focus on this year in terms of our financial education, and learn a lot more. How can we assist consumers and communities, and then ultimately families, with those kind of knowledge and that kind of information?
Another fantastic answer. Same question to you, Simi. What are you going to learn in 2022 around financial literacy capability?
So for me personally, I think I've been working in nonprofit all my life, and never really focused on learning about investments. And so this year I've made the decision that I'm going to learn more about investments and saving toward my future. Especially as I approach 50, I'm starting to think about, the future more. I'm starting to think about the future more. So I really want to learn about investments. I'm very risk averse, so also learning about what are safe investments and things like that. But I'm making that commitment to myself to learn more about how to invest safely.
Stay away from crypto. Yeah, very good. Nice answer. Russell, last one. Over to you.
I mean, for me, I think what I would really like to explore more in this next year is the link between being financially capable and social mobility. It's something that we're looking at a lot within the UK, and there does not seem to be a huge amount of research out there that explicitly makes the connection between a young person becoming financially capable and being able then to be more socially mobile and taking on roles that maybe their parents didn't, or earnings that their parents didn't. And there seems to be a natural link there, but it's not really been explored. So by the end of this year, I would like to have explored that just a little bit more.
Fantastic. That would be a very interesting link. So listen, we'll leave it there. I want to thank, heartfelt thanks to Adele, Lindwill, Simi, and Russell for your really useful insights coming from your years of experience in this field. And I want to thank Prudence Foundations for supporting the Cha-Ching program. And I think from this discussion, you can see why Earn, Save, Spend, Donate is kind of those 4 focuses, because expanding those, you just cover it all. But the world is changing very fast, very rapidly. And when I was in the UK with the team, we were talking about on financial literacy, how do we make compound interest interesting? And that is a great mathematical context, and it's so important in life. But now for my take on what I'm doing in 2022 is to how I'm going to build and sell to educational establishments blockchain covering crypto. The whole crypto world is coming up very fast. It is going to happen, but the whole blockchain is something that is my challenge to sell to schools. So I know it won't happen in 2022, but I will start. But thanks again. Thanks to the audience. Hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you and goodbye to all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Michael.
Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for your very insightful comments and discussion, Dr. Atkinson, Russell, Lindwill, Simi, and Michael. That was very, very refreshing to hear from you. And personally, it opened my eyes. And it's a breath of fresh air to learn more about earning, saving, spending, and donating in that way. Now for the final videos from our Cha-Ching countries. Next up, we have the Philippines here with us today. Prudential and JA Philippines have been consistently reaching new milestones with their Cha-Ching related activities. In the span of 5 years, from 2016 to 2021, they have been able to reach almost 500,000 students and 11,910 teachers. Let us all watch this video to witness how the Philippines has been able to grow Cha-Ching to where it is now.
JA Philippines is one of JA Asia Pacific member nations that has acquired a significant amount of growth when it comes to the Cha-Ching curriculum. From the time of its implementation back in 2016, JA Philippines has been consistently at least 130% students compared to its previous year, and a 381% difference in student population between 2016 and 2021. Now, they have about 4 times more students than when they first started, nearing the completion of their goal of having an accumulated total of 500,000 students from year 1 to year 6 of implementation. Not only has the Philippines been flourishing when it comes to statistics, they were also able to successfully launch initiatives under the Cha-Ching curriculum. Since its inception, the Cha-Ching curriculum has been successfully integrated into the subject Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao, or Values Formation in English, from 13 provinces and an entire region from all over the country.
Cha-Ching as financial literacy program educates learners at an early age to earn and save money, spend wisely, and share blessings to others. I initiated the implementation of financial literacy through Cha-Ching program in partnership with JA Philippines. Nationwide implementation of the Cha-Ching financial literacy program will ensure that our teachers and learners, or every Filipino, will become financially literate.
JA Philippines strongly believes that the teachers are the heart and the core of the program's success in the Philippines. To serve as a proof, they were able to successfully and smoothly integrate the cluster head system within their area by electing cluster heads per district who will help in the program training, monitoring, and evaluation of the curriculum's performance. They believe that learning will never stop after the modules or the radio-based instructions, and that their main goal is to see the application of these learnings and observe how the students are able to prosper outside the classroom. A witness to such belief is the Alcansha Challenge, an annual competition where the students and their parents collaborate with each other in order to be able to create the best money boxes and savings plan. Lastly, JA Philippines also has the Cha-Ching Clubs, a student-led organization which creates activities such as the Cha-Ching quizzes and school-level competitions for their constituents. Despite the numerous wins that JA Philippines experienced with Cha-Ching throughout the years, they have never stopped in their advocacy of fostering financially literate youth, as well as creating progress and conclusive Cha-Ching initiatives. This 2022, JA Philippines will be organizing and centering their activities on their themes, Be Finlit with Cha-Ching and Panalo Ka sa Cha-Ching.
What an honor to witness these achievements. Thank you so much, Prudential and JA Philippines. Your example is both an inspiration and opportunity for reflection and study in terms of how many students you have impacted so far. And now let us move on to Africa, where Cha-Ching has been taught by Prudential volunteers for a number of years, and from 2020 has begun implementation of the school curriculum through the teacher-led model. Let us focus our attention on this video prepared by JA Africa.
JA Africa's partnership with Prudence Foundation has spanned over 6 years, impacting the lives of over 15,000 African youth who have developed sound financial literacy skills and habits for their long-term financial resilience through the Cha-Ching program. Since 2016, JA has delivered the Cha-Ching in Africa, starting in Ghana, then expanding into Zambia, Uganda, Kenya, and Nigeria, thanks to grant funding through the Prudential PLC Chairman's Challenge program. I'm glad that this partnership has renewed for another 3 years and is also extending into a TV partnership where we'll be able to expand into more African countries with the addition of French-speaking countries like Côte d'Ivoire.
This is for the launch of the program Cha-Ching, which is a financial literacy program which targets students of primary school in CM1 and CM2, aged between 9 and 12. In Africa, the program targets 57,000 youth, while in Côte d'Ivoire, the program will reach 5,000 youth over a period of 3 years. This year, we are aiming to impact 1,500 youth here in Côte d'Ivoire.
The launch of the Cha-Ching program, which targets the students in CM1 and CM2, will strengthen the financial literacy skills of the young learners so as to prepare the adults of tomorrow in financial management.
The aim of this program is to see to it that young people start learning about money management skills at an early age, something that has not been taking place, but we feel with this initiative we shall take our pupils to the next level.
Children always take it that they only have to receive, to be at the receiving end. But now, with this innovation, children will grow up knowing that they have to work in order to earn.
Learning about, we have been with Cha-Ching teachers teaching us how to, the 4 choices we can make with money.
I have earned my confidence because most of the times I used to hide when they call people to participate. I stay there, I hide myself, be with my friends who don't want to do anything. But today I have earned my confidence.
I've learned that when you spend a lot, you do not save.
Before Cha-Ching, we didn't know how to manage our money on plenty things, like we didn't know how to earn or spend or donate to the ones in need. But when Cha-Ching came, all of us, we learned about earn, spend, save and donate. The Cha-Ching is very exciting. We pray that it comes next year again.
The Cha-Ching lessons, especially the practicality of it, make the lesson very interesting. So any week that we have to have that lesson, You see learners with so much passion and joy, fully wanting to participate. And we have recorded increase in class attendance just because of that program.
Thank you very much, Prudence Foundation, for this partnership and for this life-changing program for our children in Africa.
Cha-Ching with Prudence Foundation.
Oh, how I loved hearing those stories. Thank you so much, Prudential and JA Africa. I am sure that you will only continue to reach even greater feats in the years to come. Again, thank you so much and congratulations to all of our hardworking partners across the network. We truly appreciate all of your efforts, dedication, and ingenuity. Now let me call on Mr. Masya Sabe, the President and CEO of JA Asia Pacific, to formally close today's program. Let us give him a virtual warm applause.
Thank you very much, Gian, and so nice to be here with all of you. It's really an honor for us, and let me, on behalf of the JA Asia Pacific Regional Team, our 17 members, 50,000 volunteers, and we have over 12 million students and alumni that we have had the honor of reaching out to over the years. On behalf of everybody, let me extend a real heartfelt greeting to all of you, our valued guests and participants at the first ever CCFA Regional Conference. I'd like to share a few words with you, but I am keenly aware of the fact that I am the only thing between you and your weekend, probably the only thing between you and dinner. So I'm going to promise to keep it short. First of all, let me just say what a day it's been. What an amazing lineup of speakers. Big thank you to Don Kenak, Chairman of Prudence Foundation, for setting the tone, laying out the vision for all of us. I felt Augusto Lopez Claros, who, as you know, is a distinguished speaker. In fact, he left our event to go straight into the United Nations, where he's giving a talk. He really also talked about the grandness with which we can dream about the impact of financial literacy. Michael Gilmore, Dr. Tin Tan Van, Teddy Nyasulu, of course, Mark Fancy, our partner in crime, Executive Director of Prudence Foundation. A fascinating panel discussion. And of course, the panel that we just heard, Dr. Adele Atkinson, Russell Winard, Linmo Clark, Simi Nwogugu, and masterfully moderated by my colleague, Michael Mercheka. Fantastic work, inspiring words. Thank you very much. And of course, to all of my colleagues across JA Asia Pacific, across JA Africa, let me just mention two other esteemed guests who are visiting us from Indonesia today. Ms. Ellie Wismayanti, who is a representative for the Director General of Primary and Secondary Education, Ministry of Education, and also Mr. Bambang Iko Widoyudo, Secretary of Education Office in Sidoarjo Regency. Now, I had to think about the day because I felt there was so much for us to take in. One of my favorite takeaways, though, I think for me, from the keynote speech, from the panel discussions, is how the vision of the Cha-Ching program goes well beyond simply conveying financial concepts. It's about inspiring positive change around the world. And it's not too big a thought to say that. We should be dreaming, right? Well, the expression goes, if you want to get to the top of the tree, you reach for the stars. Well, we're actually hearing from world-renowned experts that not only can we get to the top of the tree, we can get to the stars. And this is really a theme that we wanted to share with everybody today, a theme of gratitude, but also of aspiration, of vision. So rather than talking about isolated tactical benefits to financial literacy, rather than just focusing on important concepts, as important as they are, we've been talking about a vision of a future world and the importance of a profound impact of the work that we're doing together. And this is very consistent with my personal observations over the last couple of years through my involvement with JA. When we speak about our work, I often suggest that in order for us to assume a rightful place, our students as tomorrow's leaders, they must start by thinking about three factors. And these three factors, of course, it's about investing in their personal growth and development. So there's an individual element, but also thinking about how they can inspire and elevate their broader communities. We heard a lot today, including in the last panel, about parents teaching children about financial literacy. But we have seen so many inspiring examples where the learning goes from the children to parents and beyond, right? So now we're going from the individual and we're going to the community impact, right? Communities start with families, but it goes out from there. And the third area that we also heard a lot about is creating and influencing institutions that more effectively govern the communities that these young people are growing in. So I think it's not an exaggeration and it's not an overly pessimistic statement to say that young people in many parts of the world feel let down. They feel victimized by the institutions that are meant to bring about positivity, but in fact might be doing things in a suboptimal way. And one of the ideas that we have is to bring about the sense of inspiration and empowerment, so that rather than feeling victimized, they feel like they can be active protagonists for positive change through positive actions and through positive examples. Example is another thing we heard, and I think that that's a theme that we should all take away, is the importance not only of the teacher's words and the parents' words, but also the examples that they see. Now, I want to add a fourth element though, right? We talked about these three things, and I really think that true prosperity can only be achieved. These are necessary for all these three things to work in unison. When the three protagonists, the individual, the collective, the institutions, are aligned behind the common purpose. And the common purpose, as we heard today, is bringing about an ever-advancing civilization, right? Then we start seeing positive, sustainable, and meaningful change. But what about another consideration, right? So I would suggest that in addition to these three factors, there's a fourth consideration and something else that we heard about today and we saw through the example of everybody. The fourth factor is a desire to walk a path of service. Everybody who served on a panel today, our keynote speaker, our host, Prudence Foundation, these are people who are busy. They're executives with important jobs, important responsibilities, yet the statement that they're sending to all of us is there's no more important way to spend our day than gather here today behind the cause of financial literacy. This example is also very important. Now, I want to say, a word about knowledge. I mean, knowledge is a tool. It's a very powerful tool. It's a very important tool. It's a necessary tool. We heard people talk about how we wouldn't have been able to talk about financial literacy if we didn't have literacy, et cetera. It's obvious that you cannot overemphasize the importance of knowledge. But I would suggest that, like every other tool, knowledge can also be brought about, used to bring about harm, right? There's one of my favorite poems, the T.S. Eliot poem. This is one of his shortest poems. The last temptation was the greatest treason, to do the right deed, but for the wrong reason. What happens when knowledge falls into the wrong hands, with the wrong motivation? So that's why I brought up this fourth element, this walking a path of service, thinking of yourself as somebody who is dedicated to the betterment of the world around you. So it's with this principle in mind that I really want to show my gratitude to Prudential, once again to Prudence Foundation. As a blue chip multinational with significant resources, the very existence of Prudence Foundation, the ethos behind its work, speaks to their desire to do the right thing and to do the right thing for the right reason. And I really think that they need to be commended for this, and they need to serve as an example to all other organizations that are thinking of similar contributions to their societies. So let's not forget about the impact of example, right? That when successful leaders from the private sector dedicate time to social causes, the youth pick up on this. This act of inspiration leads to empowerment among our young learners. So thank you again to all of the Prudential and Prudence Foundation staff, led by Dawn and by Mark, who have supported this amazing initiative. I think that by combining your knowledge, your resources, with the passion for education. I mean, Simi just mentioned Ikigai. That's a great example of how knowledge and passion and vocation and calling these elements can come together. But you have made the world a better place. I think you've inspired youth to invest in themselves, in their communities, in their institutions, and finally to follow your example of walking a path of service. JA is deeply honored to be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize, but the truth is that as partners such as Prudence Foundation, teachers like you who are here today, governments who have supported these initiatives, the cause of financial literacy, the cause of financial inclusion, have been our true partners in our journey. And we absolutely share this honor and this recognition with all of you. Today was about the importance of the work that we're doing together, the importance of the work that our teachers are doing. Tomorrow is going to be more directly focused on teachers and teaching, more focused on celebration, and about the positive impact that at the center, as the engine of this program, you, the teachers, have contributed to such a worthy project. And thank you, all of you, and I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Back to you, Jian.
I would like to agree with you, Mr. Masia Sabe, and we would also like to thank you for setting an example of leadership and passion to us. And in line with that, we would like to thank our host, Prudence Foundation, for also setting an example of dedication and passion. So to all of our audience, to everyone who's joining us in this day, in this event, you are also contributing to such a meaningful impact. And with that, congratulations, everyone. We are now nearing the end of today's program. I hope that you have all enjoyed this day just as we all did. And from our keynote speakers to the plenary discussions and the segments with our implementing partners, it has been awesome and fantastic. Today has given us all so much to think about and act on moving forward. Other than that, we also have our audience to thank today, so thank you so much. And I know that there's so much to take in. So can you please share with us your insights in the comments? We are also interested to know how we made an impact to your day. If you want to answer these questions and get your answers read live, please leave your comments down below. And we would like to also share that to all of our friends over here. Thank you so much to all of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join the Cha-Ching Financial Literacy Conference today. We hope that the sessions have taught us a lot of things and have provoked our thoughts and inspired and encouraged us. We would like to extend our thanks to all of our guests and speakers today. We would like to acknowledge Mr. Augusto Lopez Claros, the Executive Director of the Global Governance Forum, Mr. Michael Gilmore, an investor and financial literacy campaigner, Dr. Dinh Thi Tan Van, the Dean of the Vietnam National University in Hanoi, Vietnam, Mr. Teddy Nyasulu, the Executive Director of JA Zambia, Dr. Adele Atkinson, an international financial education expert, Mr. Russell Winnard, the COO of Young Enterprise UK, Mr. Lindwill Clark, the Head of Consumer Education of FSCA South Africa, Ms. Simi Nwagugu, the CEO of JA Africa. Your expertise and insights are very much appreciated, and we have all been enriched through your contributions today. Of course, on behalf of this conference's host, Prudence Foundation, I would like to express our gratitude to junior achievement across Asia and Africa, and to all of our partners who deliver the Cha-Ching program, to our Ministry of Education and government supporters, our prudential employees, financial literacy advocates, and educators who have joined us today. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank Mr. Donald Kanak, the chairman of Prudence Foundation, and Prudence Foundation Executive Director, Mr. Mark Fancy. Thank you so much for your guidance and support, and thank you for making this program and conference a reality. We would like to note that this is only first of the many conferences to come. To all of our participants, we will be sending you a brief survey in your chat box and to your respective email addresses. We hope you can fill this in, and we will be using the insights to improve the work that we do and provide more meaningful activities for you. Again, we will be sending a link, so please stay tuned for our chat box or comment section. Thank you so much, everyone. This is only day 1 of our Cha-Ching conferences. We will be seeing you again tomorrow. Again, my name is Gian Hinolan. I am your host for the Cha-Ching Financial Literacy Conference 2022. Looking forward to seeing our Cha-Ching teachers again tomorrow, February 19, 2022, for the second part of this year's Cha-Ching Financial Literacy Conference. Make sure to attend tomorrow's session because we will be recognizing and awarding the top 3 educators of each participating country. Together, let us continue to work of building a financially literate generation. Stay safe and see you all tomorrow.